Alright guys, how are you? Welcome. It's another one of our Slant Alpha adventures, and it's another real special one. As we're flying along with the Virtual USA Flying Club's 4th anniversary event from Sky Acres Airport up in central New York State, coming down the Hudson River and out to Bayport Aerodome, the unofficial home airport of the club, the official unofficial home airport of the club, and a place that I'm going to be visiting just 6 days from now, and meeting up with the club founder, JetPilotCinnamon, whose voice you are going to hear in mere seconds. He's going to be giving the club briefing probably about 15 seconds from now, and we'll go ahead and join the club Discord when that happens. But it's going to be a fantastic flight down the Hudson River along the New York Skyline Route, and it's always a great opportunity to fly the Skyline Route with full air traffic control on VATSIM. So we'll go ahead and switch you over to the club Discord as they begin their briefing now.
So I really appreciate all you guys being here for tonight's flight. We're going to get right into it. If you want to look, I should be streaming to the Discord, I believe, of the SkyVector route that we're doing tonight. So we're all going to be lining up here, runway 35 at Sky Acres. We're going to take off, do a left downwind departure. Make sure you avoid the Dutchess County class Delta on that left downwind departure, so don't make it too wide. You head south towards Stormville, which is November 6-9, which does not exist anymore. They turned it into a flea market, which is such a shame. From there, you're going to turn towards the Hudson. Now, you have a couple of higher parts of the mountains there at 1745 and 1503. There's a little valley between them. If you want to shoot that valley, you should be good to go. But either way, if you're at 2,000 feet, you're fine. Join up on the Hudson. If you want to join up closer to West Point, that's fine. Just avoid the restricted area. We're going to consider it hot for tonight's event. Down the Hudson River, pretty much once you finish your left downwind departure, you're going to pick up flight following with New York approach on 132.75. So everyone's going to pick up the flight following tonight with New York approach. It's going to sound something like this. New York approach, Comanche 124 Mike Charlie. He'll respond, and then you'll say, New York approach, Comanche 124 Mike Charlie, just out of Sky Acres at 1,500 feet, climbing to 2,000 feet VFR. Like to head southbound along the Hudson River, flight following to Bayport 23 November via the Skyline Route. So you're going to give all that information right from the gun. He'll give you a squawk code. He'll give you a radar contact. He'll tell you to proceed on course. We'll fly down the Hudson. He'll eventually hand us off to New York approach on 120.8. That's going to be the controller that's going to give us the Class Bravo clearance and whatever altitude he wants us to maintain going on the Skyline Route southbound. We'll then fly that altitude southbound. Eventually, he's going to hand us off to LaGuardia Tower. And then LaGuardia is eventually going to hand us off to Newark Tower. Get closer to the Verrazano, we'll eventually get handed off to Kennedy Tower, at which point the Kennedy Tower controller will likely clear us to descend below 500 feet for the south shoreline of Kennedy, eastbound. Again, on the water side of the land, so you do not want to be over land because then you're going to be busting the Bravos. You're going to want to be at or below 500. South shoreline going eastbound. Once we get to Jones Beach, we'll ask for the frequency change. So once we get to Jones Beach, we will punch out. We'll no longer need flight following. You can fly over the outer shoreline or over the bay. Just be careful of the Republic Class Delta airspace to make sure you don't bust that. And I'm only going to plan on climbing up to about 1,000 feet, so that way I stay below the shelf, the outer shelf of the Islip Class Charlie. And then, of course, once you get to Bayport, you need to be below 700 feet. And we are using 3-6 at Bayport tonight, so there's only one call, really, that you need to make going in, and that is the shoreline for 3-6. And then once you land and roll out, clear of the runway at Bayport. Very, very easy flight tonight. There's really actually nothing that complicated about it, especially since we're doing with ATC, doing the Skyline Route. It should be pretty straightforward in terms of the flight tonight. The weather is good, so we shouldn't have any issues with that. In terms of each departure, we're going to do 2 minutes of separation, self-timed, between each departure. So that means when I go wheels up off of runway 35, the next person in line should line up onto runway 35 and start a timer for 2 minutes. Once that 2 minutes expires, they can start their roll. Once they are wheels up, the next person will line up and start a timer for 2 minutes, and so on, all the way down the line. If you're flying a faster aircraft, just remember that the maximum cruise speed for the entire length of the flight is 140 knots. It's got nothing to do with the Skyline Route. It's a restriction specifically imposed by me so that we don't bunch up or have people passing each other. We want to stay in a line from start to finish. So 140 knots maximum for the flight tonight. If you're in a faster aircraft, you definitely want to be towards the front of the line. If you're in a slower aircraft, try and lag a little bit towards the back of the line if you know you're going to be slower. Please be patient. There's a lot of us. We're looking at probably like an hour and a half to 2 hours just to get everyone off the ground at Sky Acres. And then another hour, of course, on the flight over to Bayport through the Skyline Route. So this is a long event. I don't have reserve until 4 p.m. tomorrow, which is great. So I can stay up late, make sure everyone gets into Bayport, and then once the last aircraft in line lands at Bayport, we'll consider the event closed. Make sure you put your information into the attendance channel. That's the 4-year anniversary channel on the Discord. That way, I can get you into the running for the prizes, and I will draw the winners tonight. The 7 prizes that we're giving away tonight are 2 winners are going to win Payware Sim aircraft up to $50 of their choice, courtesy of me. So those 2 winners will be messaging me directly. 2 winners will get a $50 gift card courtesy of Jeffrey Becker's. They will be messaging Jeffrey directly. 2 winners will get a $25 Amazon gift card courtesy of Slant Alpha Adventures. You'll be messaging Rob Sherman Jr. directly. And 1 winner will be getting an Eric Flight mug or t-shirt from Eric Flight, so you'll be messaging him directly. So depending on which prize you win, you'll be messaging a different person in the Discord. But we'll get that all sorted out once the event ends and everyone's down and everyone's got themselves in on the contest. Everyone should hopefully have watched the Bayport instructional video on how to get in and out. Again, we're using 36 at Bayport. Runway 36 is the one you want tonight. And the new wrinkle is that we've gotten approval from VAT USA to use the real-world CTAF. So even though, of course, Sky Acres happens to be 122.8, so everyone should be on 22.8 at Sky Acres for the departure tonight, we will be on 122.7 for Bayport this evening. The real-world Bayport CTAF, 122.7 tonight. Again, please file a VFR flight plan from 4-4 November to 2-3 November. For the route, you don't have to put anything, or if it requires you to, you just put Skyline, put Virtual USA Flying Club in the remarks so people can see us and be like, hey, that looks cool, and get more people to join the flying club. Does anybody have any questions?
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
All right, let's not go down that path. Does anybody have any actual questions about the route, about ATC, about filing the flight plan, about the prizes, about what you need to do after you land in terms of putting it in the Discord? Does anybody have any questions at all?
Guess the briefing was just that good, guys.
The cons we're going to use all the way down to you.
So the first one in that you're going to talk to is 132.75. That's New York approach. Once you pick up the flight following initially after you do downward departure out of Sky Acres, and then you're just going to get handed off with the frequencies thereafter. So it should be 132.75 to 120.8 to 118.7 to 118.3 to 119.1 to 122.7 after you punch out with Kennedy going into Bayport. That should be the order of the frequencies, but they're going to tell you exactly which one to go to and when the time comes. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
They'll tell the person in front of you and listen to them to get it set up.
Say again?
They'll tell the people in front of you where they're going.
Right.
So you can prime it beforehand.
Right.
True.
All right, again, 2 minutes between each departure, please. Let's keep it nice and spaced. I know there's a lot of us, the guys that are going to be towards the back and in the slower aircraft. Just, I appreciate your patience. You guys know how we operate as a club. Any last questions before I get this line going?
No questions, but can I just recommend one reminder?
Yes.
That at Bayport, the next aircraft should not cross the shoreline inbound until the previous aircraft has called clear the runway. Is that not the case?
We'll do the best we can with that. I think it might get bunched up as we get towards the middle of the pack. But yeah, if you're out there and you can see that you have enough space for the aircraft to get off, I'm not going to be too picky about that tonight as long as everyone's got enough space. But you got to make sure you hear them call the shoreline And again, make sure once you clear the runway that you clear the runway as quickly as possible. Make that call. And yeah, if it's possible, if it's not getting too bunched up in the Great South Bay, if you could wait for them to call clear of the runway before you make your shoreline call and move inbound, that'd be great. I mean, if it starts to really get bunched up out in the bay, then we'll just make sure we don't hit each other. That's going to be the rule for the night. Does that sound good?
Yeah,
Works for me.
It was downwind on 18 or the final for...
Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. You know, I'm sorry. You're right. Yeah, it was downwind on
Downwind
18
1A
before
for
the. Yeah,
final
we're not.
for 3-6.
Yeah. Gotcha. You're right.
Does anybody else have any other questions?
I suppose we could wind up getting circling around out there in the Bayport.
If we need to, out in the bay, yeah. Alright, I'm going to get this party started on 122.8 out of Sky Acres. Let's get this show on the road.
All right, guys. So there's the briefing, hosted by our friend JetPilotCinnamon, who we're going to be meeting on Saturday. So I'll take lots of pictures. I'm sure you'll see me post a bunch of stuff to the Discord and the Twitter from our meetup on Saturday. On Saturday we're going to the real actual Bayport Aerodome. So the airport that we're visiting virtually tonight when we get there is the airport that I'll be visiting on Saturday for the Antique Aircraft Club of Greater New York's annual fly-in, which is where JetPilotCinnamon participated with his flight school in a fly-in and some contests there, and that's how he became familiar with Bayport Aerodome. And so he's going to kind of do a little bit of a homecoming with his flight school on Saturday, and I'm going to head up there to Long Island. And any of you that are on the stream that are able to get to the Long Island area this coming Saturday are more than welcome to coordinate with us for a meetup. Pavlin S. has hit the follow button just a few moments ago. Thank you very much. Appreciate you joining the stream. Says, do you upload anything other than streams in your YouTube? Yes, I have a series called VATSIM Tutorials. So if you head on over there and you look for a playlist called VATSIM Tutorials, you'll see a bunch of stuff that gives you some tips and tricks for what to say to controllers, or how to put a route together, how to read sectionals, how to choose a call sign and equipment code, that sort of thing. So definitely do check those out over there on our YouTube playlist, and the YouTube links there on the lower left-hand side of your screen. A little hard to read now, but I also have a command that gives you the direct link to the tutorials playlist right there. All right, guys. Well, you saw the plan. This is a little bit of a complicated flight, just because there's lots of VATSIM air traffic control. But this is what I plotted out, and so it looks like we want to come down to the south here. We don't want to come right through this delta. We want to come down to the south and maybe look for this Stormville Airport, and then maybe try and find this east to west highway to make our way over to the Hudson River, and then join the river southbound. And if we stay on the east bank of the Hudson as we are here, we'll stay out of the Stewart class Delta airspace. Obviously, we've got a restricted airspace here west of the river. We'll have to make sure we stay over water there to avoid encroaching on that. That's West Point Military Academy there. We'll continue down south, and as we get toward the Hudson River, we got the special flight rules area and the New York Skyline Route, which is depicted here. We'll actually need to make sure we stay on the western bank. What they do, you see these red arrows here, they encourage traffic proceeding southbound to stay over the western bank, and northbound traffic to stay over the eastern bank as they come through this Skyline Route. And again, the route itself is not terribly complicated. It's just a lot of complicated procedurally, communication-wise. And so that's going to be what we focus on tonight. Let's go back to the VFR map here. Actually, are we on the TAC chart? We're too far north for the TAC chart. So we'll stay on the World VFR or the New York VFR sectional at first, and so that's how we'll do that. So if we do a left downwind departure, we're going to kind of either follow this highway here, or we'll look for the Stormville Airport, and then after that Stormville Airport, we'll cut out to the west. We can also use this VOR. What is this VOR here? Kingston VOR 117.6. As a method of guiding ourselves. We'll know that if we're south of the VOR, south and east of the VOR, and we're at about 7 or 8 miles, we'll know that we should be coming across that highway. So that'll be kind of our backup navigation plan. It'll just be to get a read of our position off of that Kingston VOR. Bear Malvin hit the follow moments ago there. Bear Malvin, welcome to the channel. Who has stopped into the chat this evening as we are getting ready to do this wonderful anniversary flight with the Virtual USA Flying Club. So we do need to say hello to He Drippy, Mr. Cessna, Kenny Monster, 42 Victor, Richard, hello. And we had Tavlin, who we said hello to. Scruffy Tam stopped in. Scruffy Tam, how are you, man? Good to see you. Always awesome to hear from you. By the way, Scruffy Tam, my doctor recently recommended that I start wearing knee-length compression socks as well, but I don't have a camera for that because I didn't want you to feel like I was trying to steal your little motif there. So, but I did join the knee-length compression sock club. Mine are just not nearly as cool as yours, but again, I wasn't trying to move in on your turf there with that. He says, no, do the camera. No, I think I'll pass. But yeah, and they really have, honestly, they have made me feel a little better, man. So we'll go into the health issues and stuff, but yeah, they're pretty awesome. Pavlin, yeah, I've got some. I try not to get too into that kind of stuff. Yeah, just I'm a bigger guy. It's hard to tell from the face cam. I'm definitely a bigger dude, and I have a lot of the the standard health problems that come along with being a bigger dude. So anyway, yeah, let's get rolling here, guys. We are in the A2A Comanche, by the way, and I guess now that we got the panoramic shot, I can kind of come back to a whoosh. I love that little closer in shot of our A2A Comanche. Of course, we'll get a nice good look at it as we get it to do our pre-flight walk around here in just a moment. But there she is, the A2A Piper Comanche 250, PA24 250. So here she is, and let's go ahead and get the show on the road. Now, why isn't it letting me? Oh, okay. Cell was locking me out of my flow list over there, but I've got it. Okay, so mix and prop levers can go forward. Oh, wait a minute, I'm not in the startup. I'm way up here. Yeah, so we've got to start and do our walk around here. So the very first thing, of course, we would unlatch from the outside the door, and we can go ahead and get the windows open in preparation for our clear call. And then we also want to get the control lock off because we're going to want to move the controls around to make sure that they move freely. And then we got to open up the fuel valves so we can do the sump of the center tanks there when we get to that point. So doors and windows, fuel valve, control lock, open. Okay, let's go ahead and get to our walk around then. Here's our tablet, and this is how we operate walk around mode. So we'll head out to the first position. We're going to check our flap, and it is secure in the upright position. We'll engage it in all three extended positions, and we notice that there's no unusual play, movement, rubbing, squeaking. They seem to operate fine. We're down to the right aileron. Again, we'll move it back and forth and make sure that it moves freely, doesn't catch rub or make any unusual catching or squeaking sounds as we do that. We are going to inspect the level of our tip tank here. Now, I don't think there's going to be much in this. 15-gallon capacity. My calculation for the two legs tonight are going to be... we're going to want to fill... I'm basically going to want 60 gallons. So when we get here, I want to put these up to 27. We'll leave the 3 in the tip tank, so that'll be 30 per side. But then the tip tanks will just leave the 3. So that'll be fine. Nothing else that we need to do with that. And of course, with only 3 gallons in it, you can't really visually inspect the level anyway. So we'll go ahead and close that back up. And we'll lock that back now. We do want to do a quick check to make sure that it is indeed the correct color, that there's no water in it, and also there's no contamination in it, and we'll dump it, of course, back into the tank after we've done that. We'll come around again and check the lights, take the tie down off. This is our center fuel tank, and so we're going to open this up, and we're going to add a bunch of fuel to this, so we do want to make sure that we can see in the level that we get this up to 27 gallons. So there we are. We can see that nice light blue color. And so, whoops, what happened? This happened before. I clicked on something and it bumped me out of... the view, and I couldn't figure out how to get back in. I wonder if I try camera cockpit. Okay, there we go. Alright, yeah, last time I couldn't figure out how to get back into that view, but I didn't try the toolbar. I guess I should have thought of that at the time. Okay, so we got that closed, and then we will go back to the walk-around mode and to the next position. Wheel chocks. Here's our center tank. This is why we have to have the center fuel valves open. Do a little sump check on that. Okay, nice light blue color, no contaminants. Put it back into the tank and close that up. We'll make an inspection of the propeller, inspection of the engine intakes, no damage, no blockage. Oil dipstick, we should see hopefully about 9 quarts and nice clean color. A little more than 9, but it's nice and clean still, so we're good. And that sucker back in there. And close it back up. Now on to the left main fuel tank, and again we'll go ahead and fill it up to 27 gallons. Okay, and yeah, we can see that the level has increased there, so all good. Pavlin said I joined your Discord also. Yeah, so Pavlin, yeah, no, I know. It's I have I don't have full blown issues, but borderline, you know, some health concerns related to me being you know, overweight and all that stuff. But yeah, it's the constant struggle. I have managed to lose a little bit this year, and hopefully we'll keep that trend going, but I try not to talk about it much because I don't want all that to become the focus of the stream. But anyway, yeah, man, good to have you here. Mark Dance here says I'm gonna do my delivering ground sweatbox session tomorrow. Good luck with that. That's a lot of fun. That's taking the first steps on your ATC journey. Get the wheel chocks out of the way. We'll get the pitot cover off. Take down the other tie down. Again, we'll check the lights on a second pass here in a moment. Same thing as before. Not really any visual level to see inside the tip tank, but you always kind of want to open up and peek inside, make sure there's nothing unusual going on in there. We'll do a quick sump of the left tip tank, again making sure that we got nice blue color, not clear like water, but blue like 100 LL, and no contaminants in it, so we'll dump that back into the tank and continue on our walk around. Here we are on the left aileron, so this should move freely and not have any sounds of squeaking or rubbing or catching anywhere. Flap should be nice and secure, and in each of the extended positions there shouldn't be too much wiggle room, and again no unusual catching or rubbing as we move it from position to position. This is the left side static port. Want to make sure that it's not obstructed. This is the stabulator, the elevator and stabilizer. Want to make sure that it moves freely. Rudder should move a little less freely, but it should move. And again, it was moving nice and freely the other time. Oh, my rear tie down was already down. I guess I forgot to put it back up after the last flight. Had a little issue where the rudder was moving too freely on the previous flight, and I mistook it for an adjustment to be more like the real thing, but in fact what it was a broken rudder linkage. So again, it should move, but not much. Here's the right side static port. That's also unobstructed. Here's where we're going to load up our baggage, and it's just going to be me flying today. I'll take my toolkit with me. I'll take my duffel bag. I don't know whose purse that is or whose luggage this is, but we're just going to leave all that there. We'll go ahead and close all that up. And back into the cockpit we go, and there we are. Pavlin says, very experienced in what you're doing. Yeah, probably closer to 40 years flight simming, but 0.0 real-world hours. So, yeah. Although the sims are a lot more realistic now than they used to be, of course. Anyway, so we did all of that stuff. We can go ahead and turn the battery switch on, which works on the hardware yoke now. That's awesome. So battery switch, all 5 light switches up, and we're in fact going to spin the nav light intensity up to about the straight up and down position. I'm going to get that yoke out of the way just so we can see. So we'll spin the nav light intensity up to about the middle there. We're going to do one more quick walk, make sure that all the exterior lights are working. Of course, back in this position, you can see the strobe's already flashing. So we know the strobe's working. We're going to be able to see that from a number of different positions here. Got the nice green light there on the right side nav. Again, you can see the strobe in this position. Landing light on the right side's working fine. Again, there's a nice perfect view of the strobe. Left side landing light is working fine. Red nav light is working fine on the left-hand tip tank. Again, strobe is working again. We see that from multiple positions. And then finally up top we can see the rotating beacon is spinning and is illuminated as well. So that's back in after the second pass, and now we can leave the we can leave the beacon in the nav. We'll turn off the landing lights and the strobe light. Again, no passenger load to set, just going to be me flying by myself today. Let's go ahead and close up the door, and we'll latch it up top. And let's check across the bottom here for any of these circuit breakers that might be popped. If one was, it would pop out like that to show the white there. But across the board there, they look fine. So I think we are good to go. All right, now we're ready to start the plane. We can get the mix forward and the prop lever full forward. Going to get the throttle set to about 10% there. We're going to turn the fuel pump on. We're going to wait for fuel pressure to come up here on this gauge. Go ahead and get the primer unlocked. Okay, there we go. Fuel pressure coming up, so we'll pump that primer about 4 times. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we'll lock that back up. We will turn the magnetos to the right side. Whoa, why did we get... That starter was not supposed to be engaged there. So, strange behavior from the starter. Yeah, I don't know why the starter was engaging in that right magneto position. I'll have to check the, I'll have to check my key bindings. Something might have happened with my key bindings there, but okay. Well, the engine started now. We'll go ahead and adjust the throttle to keep it right there at 1,000 RPMs. So I would have called clear, make sure that guy was out of the way. But anyway, there's just a little bit of a sim issue with my key bindings that in the left-hand magneto position, or right-hand magneto position, that starter seemed like it wanted to engage. So I have to double check what happened with that. No big deal. Can you give me any tips on contact points? I'm not sure what you mean by contact points. Severe issues with the PNDG long haulers and a bounce on landing due to the speed vector. Well, I don't know what to tell you other than you have to make sure that you do the performance calculation and get the speed on the prescribed value, and make sure that you're descending at a nice steady glide slope, stable approach. I don't know really what else to tell you. I would need probably to see what was going on with your landings to kind of help you diagnose them a bit better. But I think we're kind of focusing on something else today. So I apologize if I'm always if I'm not able to look at that in any more depth right now. All right, so we got the magnetos on, starter engaged, oil pressure, of course, came up right away, which is this one here. Oil temperature starting to build up. We got the throttles. Oh, and we do want to make sure I lean my mix out here. We're going to set the throttles to 1,000 RPMs, but we want to lean the mix out right to the point where it starts to drop. That way we're not in danger of, or we'll reduce at least the possibility of fouling those magneto spark plugs. So we know that can be an issue in this plane especially, so make sure we get the mix nice and lean while we're sitting here idling. Fuel pump can come off now. We do want to kind of just verify that fuel pressure remains when we turn that pump off, and it looks like it's fine. Windows can go ahead and be closed. Again, I did that already. Avionics switch can come on. And we've got 4 radios to turn on here. 1, 2, 3, And actually, I'm just going to go ahead and put that in altitude mode now. And 4. And I'm just going to hit the white button just to clear the prompt messages there. Gyro suction gauge is good, and electrical amps are where electrical amps are good also. Alright, so everything seems to be going well so far with the pre-flight checks. Flight plan has already been sent. There's no ATIS information here at Sky Acres, as it's a non-towered field. We do have an ATIS information at Stewart. We're not landing at Stewart, but we're going to pass through their approach sector, so good to get a sense of what the conditions are. 2990 is the altimeter, so we'll set that here in just a moment. And 310 at Niner is the wind, so we're going to be taking off to the north here. Go ahead and get the comm radios set to comm 1, and then we'll get the comm 1 set to 22.8 for our departure from Sky Acres. And then what's that?
Lining up 35 Sky Acres.
Stewart, 3275 is the first ATC frequency that we're going to be checking in with once we get airborne. It's the 3275. And there we go. Yeah, Pavlin, you can do that. I'm not going to be able to look at it for a little while yet. I'll check on it and see if I can offer any tips. So altimeter 2990. What is the field elevation here? Let's double check that. Field elevation charted at Sky Acres is 697 feet, so we should be indicating pretty close to 700. And we're showing a little on the high side. We're showing about 40 feet high, but that's fine. Within about 75 is normal. Might be just the difference between, well, number one might be the difference between conditions at Stewart and conditions here. But it also might be difference between conditions that are simulated versus conditions that are observed or reported. So a little bit of a deviation is fine. It's within about 75 feet. Don't worry too much. The directional gyro is up top. Let's go ahead and set our compass to that. So we're parked at about a 110, 109 maybe. We'll go ahead and set the... Okay, we'll push that in and we'll set... looked like it was pretty close to that already. And since we're taking off on 3.5, we'll go ahead and set the heading bug and course knob to that, just as a visual reminder of the runway direction, and that way when we taxi, we should find that we're taxiing against that arrow, because we're going to be taxiing to the beginning of the runway. So, our nav and ADF tuner set, so we had said we were going to kind of get a sense of our position off of this Kingston VOR 117.6. We'll get that tuned in, and the DME turned on over here. 117.6 was what I just said, I believe. And we can flip that up to distance, and it doesn't look like we're receiving it yet. 1176. Let me just verify. 1176, okay, that's the one too. We might not pick it up until we're airborne. But 17.6 is indeed correct, and the distance should be, looks like about 6 miles once we get airborne. Hopefully we'll be... Yeah. Alright, what else then? Nav and ADF tuners. We'll do a flight control check. We've already kind of checked that they are moving freely, but now we'll make sure that they are moving correctly as commanded. We can see that the nose kind of dips up and down a little bit with the stabilator movement, and we would either look out the back window or somebody outside could tell us that our rudder was moving as commanded there. So we'll just assume that's all good. And we'll go ahead and set our flaps 1. Let's peek up top and see whether our trim is set to neutral. Crank it down just a little bit to get it to that neutral setting there. No disconnected rudder tonight. No, it seems to be working. Okay, it is indeed working. It was moving the appropriate amount of distance when we were back there jiggling at JCT, unlike the last time. Oil temperature, good. Cylinder head temps, good. We can go ahead and do the parking brake off, and away we go. Looks like we want to taxi out to the right here. Sky Acres traffic, Comanche 504 Delta Victor's taxiing out to runway 35, Sky Acres. Hilly Airport here. Well, maybe that accounts for why our altimeter was reading so much higher than the charted field elevation. Alright, so this is where having that arrow set's really useful, because I want to come up here and turn to the left.
Skyverse traffic RV7157 Charlie X-ray. Taking off runway 35, left downwind.
Sky Acres traffic, Comanche 8223 November, lining up, runway 35, Sky Acres.
Alright, it looks like we still got quite a line to taxi, or to depart here, and it's 2 minutes per the event specs. It's going to be spaced every 2 minutes. So how long do we have to wait here? Let's see if we can figure out how many there are ahead of us. One just took off. And good luck in the line, says Mr. Sesta. Well, it can't be as bad as this past Friday night was. The parking brake on. Yeah, Kenny Monster said, yeah, didn't we just do this on Friday? Yeah, it seems kind of familiar. Let's just see how we are in line. We got, that's us. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 ahead of us, it looks like. So that's 32 minutes. How bad was Friday? Yeah, the event on Friday was, the arrival was really, really good. There were minimal delays. They did vector us around just a little bit. But yeah, we got in pretty much without delay, and then it was a little bit before we could get a clearance, like 20 minutes before we could get a clearance, and then once we did, it was an hour and 45 minutes on the ground before we got airborne. It was the most horrendous taxi delay I've ever seen in a VATSIM event. Did we fly the BAE? No, it was the we did the PMDG 737, so we were doing it just to avoid throwing additional complicating monkey wrenches at them. I flew a modern airliner with modern navigation capability for that. Yeah, it was quite the run there, JC.
Sky Acres traffic.
That one says, I always touch hard. I can't keep the gear on the ground if I flare correctly. Yeah, so, well, I'll tell you, and Pavlin says, don't, yeah, I'm a prepared 3D user. So, yeah, that's fine. You know, the platform shouldn't matter if the model's reasonably accurate. And, by the way, it does look like we're reading closer to 700 feet on the elevation, so that's quite an elevation change. I wonder if that's realistic for this airport. It was a custom scenery add-on for this airport, so I'm assuming it was, you know, fairly
traffic, Caravan 522 lining up.
Fairly faithfully rendered there. That's crazy elevation change at this little place. Yeah, I think there's an erroneous focus, and we do it on this channel as well. And I'll tell you guys in just a moment about the monthly raffles that we do on this channel, and you'll find that one raffle that we do on this channel is tied into this very topic. So I'm going to sound kind of hypocritical when I say what I'm about to say, but I think there is a fixation among sim pilots about getting the vertical descent rate as low as possible, and that is not really a goal of real actual pilots. And most actual real pilots, almost all actual real pilots, do not have any kind of a pop-up stats window that tells them what their vertical descent rate was at the moment the wheels touched. Number one, if they have any kind of detection about the firmness or softness of a landing, it's probably in terms of an accelerometer, aka a G meter. But they're not really focused on that. They're focused on being on center line in the touchdown zone at the proper speed, at the proper configuration, with minimal or no lateral loading onto the landing gear. So tracking straight forward down the center line. So if you're hitting the speeds and you're at the proper descent angle, and you're in the touchdown zone, you're not overly floaty, and you're aligned properly with the runway, the FPM doesn't really matter. Now, obviously, you don't want to land so firm that you're breaking things, but the actual number in terms of feet per minute isn't really that critical. If the landing looks good, feels good, and meets all those criteria, then you're really doing fine. But I will certainly look at what you sent me, Pavlin, and see if I can offer any tips. And it's also, unfortunately, in the sim world, we also have to deal with the fact that sometimes it's a matter of inaccuracies in the flight model. But anyway, I'll peek at it and I'll see if I can offer any advice. Pavlin says I land hard. Well, you might be a great candidate to fly for the U.S. Navy then. That's why anyone doesn't like me. Don't worry about what anyone thinks. Worry about what you think. We got the follow there just moments ago from Gaming Nerd. Gaming Nerd 82. Welcome. Adoro Davo is also with it. Adore Davo, sorry.
Skycruise traffic, Kierman 522, turning left cross.
Sutlasipco says, so this is what that line of airplanes was that I saw on SimAware. Yes, indeed. Yeah, we got a big anniversary event of the Virtual USA Flying Club. We're departing out from Sky Acres. We're going to head down the Hudson River, New York Skyline Route, down through the New York area, and then up the shore, going to this little grass strip just outside of Islip called Bayport Aerodome, which I've never been to in the real world, but that's going to change 6 days from now, as I'm going to travel up to the Antique Airplane Club of Greater New York's annual fly-in, which takes place at this Bayport Aerodrome. Our club founder, JetPilotCinnamon, he went to a flight school that participated in that fly-in every year. And even his team even won the flower bombing competition one year, and so that's how he became familiar with that little place. And beautiful little place, and we've got some good renditions of it in the sim, and it's become the unofficial official home of the Virtual USA Flying Club, where we organize these general aviation events around 1 a week, plus or minus. And we're celebrating the 4th anniversary of the club with this fly-in down the Skyline Route to Bayport. We're on the VATSIM network. Does this overload the controllers at all? Yeah, it does a little, but we coordinate when we're going to have this many folks flying in an event that ATC is going to be involved in. We actually coordinate staffing. The club founders and admins coordinate staffing with the appropriate facilities. So we do have an approach controller on here at Stewart. We've got LaGuardia Tower. We've got Kennedy Tower. That doesn't look like we've got an Islip approach. We do have an N90 approach controller down here also. So we give them a heads up and we let them know it's coming, and we let them make sure that they're staffed appropriately for it. So yeah, Mike's already almost out of the skyline. Yeah. Yep, he is. He's turning eastbound up the shore now. T.S. Alice is here. Says, I'm new to flight sim. I like flying many planes. T.S. Alice, welcome. Appreciate you joining us tonight. So what you find on this channel, Slant Alpha, the FAA code Slant Alpha, refers to the fact that we have no modern navigation equipment on this plane. You will not see a GPS. You typically don't see us flying aircraft that have any kind of RNAV capability or flight management computers. And we do shake that up. We do shake that up from time to time. We did fly the PMDG 737 on Friday, this past Friday for you. We do occasionally fly that working title Asobo Citation CJ4. So those are the two exceptions, and we fly those once a month or so on average for you. But 10 out of our 12 shows, we stay away from any kind of RNAV capability and flight management computers, as we tend to focus the stream on this old school analog style of navigation. That's what we typically do here. The other thing we do here on occasion is VATSIM air traffic control. I am not only do I fly on the VATSIM network, but I don't offer air traffic control services. I am starting this past year am an S3 controller, meaning certified up to the approach control level. I don't do center, I don't do en route control just yet. Probably not for a while. But was a tower rated controller for many years. As the stream started, I had just gotten my tower controlling certification, or no, I got my tower controlling certification within a couple of months after starting the live stream. But just last December, or yeah, just November, December, whatever it was awarded my S3, and I now do approach control on the network as well from time to time. T.S. Alice has now hit the follow button as well. Yeah, thank you very much for that. So typically the show schedule is Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, which is 2300 Zulu time. Today we're a little bit off of our schedule, of course, but it was because I wanted to make sure I had the opportunity to participate in this event with the club. So we will be off tomorrow because we're on today. That's just a trade-off that I make in respect for my my spouse time, wife time. So we're on today, off tomorrow. Wednesday, we're back on our normal schedule. We'll be flying the WBSIM Cessna 152 on a river run. So following a river as our major landmark, 2 streams in a row. Today it's the Hudson River. Wednesday, we go back to our trek down the Mississippi River that we've been doing in that WBSIM JP Logistics Cessna 152. And then Friday, we're going to be off again because I'm going to be traveling up to Long Island to go see the real Bayport Aerodome and meet our club founder, JetPilotCinnamon, although I feel like I know him. I feel like I know him very well, though I've never shaken his hand in person.
Skyacres traffic, Kodiak 3410 Whiskey departing runway 35, left downwind departure to the south, Skyacres.
That is our friend Stu, STW222. There's a number of streamers that are streaming this event, or are flying this event. I don't actually know if Stu is streaming it or not. But STW222 on Twitch is where you can go and check. I'm pretty sure we have November 8033 Fox, 8033 Fox streaming it as well, and of course our club founder, JetPilotCinnamon, streaming it as well. I believe that Melvin Leroy is involved in this flight also, I think. I'm not 100% certain on that, but I believe that he is. And if he is, he's probably streaming it as well. You can probably see this event from quite a number of different vantage points. Eric Flight, I believe, is with us. Eric Flight. So yeah, a number of us that you can... Jeffrey B. Jeffrey B. is a newer streamer, but been with the club for a good long time. Just started his live stream a few months ago, but I think he's probably streaming his trip tonight. So yeah, good number of folks that are participating in this event.
Whiskey left downwind 35, last call, Skyacres.
Since we got a few more moments, I'll tell you folks, especially if you're newer to the stream, the other, we were mentioning just a moment ago, the monthly raffles that we do on the stream. So I'll tell you, raffle number 1 is the raffle that entered by virtue of the Twitch channel points, which on this channel we call alphabets. points. There at the bottom of the chat panel, you've got the Alphabets serial icon. If you're old enough to remember Alphabets, congrats to you, because you're coming up on a milestone birthday soon. But there, the bottom of the chat panel, you've got the Alphabets serial icon. The button next to that tells you how many of those points you have. The click of that button gives you the option to redeem 1,000 of those points for an entry into that monthly raffle. If you save up those points and cash them in 5,000 at a time, you get 6 for the price of 5. So you get a little extra bonus, a 20% bulk discount there if you buy 5,000 points worth all at once. And that's how you enter that Alphabets raffle, that raffle number 1. We will talk about the prizes here in just a moment, but I want to tell you about raffle number 2. Raffle number 2 is our landing rate raffle. So in spite of what I was saying moments ago about how landing rates don't matter, we do run a raffle in which we try to get your predictions of my descent rate upon touchdown. And when we get it established in our pattern or approach at our destination each time, we get your predictions as to the descent rate upon touchdown. And whoever is closest, whether above or below, we don't do Price is Right rules here, but whoever is closest to the actual descent rate, whether above or below, gets that automatic entry into that second raffle, that landing rate raffle. If you get it dead on, we actually give you a double entry. So raffle number 1, 1,000 Twitch channel points or 5,000 Twitch channel points. And raffle number 2, the landing rate raffle. We do those drawings toward the end of every single month. This month will be August the 30th when we do those. We usually do it on the last Wednesday, but not always. But we'll always let you know in advance when to expect that monthly drawing to occur. But toward the end of the month, we'll do that. We'll do that drawing. We'll pull one name out of each of the 2 fish bowls. The 2 separate raffles, 2 separate winners. Each of the winners gets their choice of any one of the prizes on this prize vault list, which is all of our stream merch, our t-shirt, ball cap, mouse pad, coffee mug, or tote bag. Or if you'd rather have an electronic gift card, either to Amazon or xplane.org or to Sim Market, then you can choose that as well. And each of the 2 winners gets their choice, and then we reset all the entries and start collecting them anew for the month thereafter. That way, new folks to the stream, you've always got a fair shot at getting a winning entry in, because we always start you fresh. Started from a clean slate every time, so you guys are only ever up against folks who have joined the raffle since the last drawing that we did. And again, toward the end of every single month. That latest follow was from C. Stevens, 84. C. Stevens, welcome. Appreciate you being with us. We're doing this anniversary trip with the Virtual USA Flying Club. We have a club event that has us going down the Hudson River. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 still ahead of us, so still another 24 minutes. Holy cow, we got the raid coming in from Sim Caesar. Well, that gives us another opportunity to recap what we're doing tonight. Of course, we got about another 20 minutes before we're going to be able to get airborne anyway. But welcome to everybody coming over from the Sim Caesar channel. Thank you very kindly for the raid there, Sim, and always appreciate your generous support of the channel. And let's say hi to some folks who have come over with the Sim Caesar raid. So who does that include? That includes, hang on one second, guys. I gotta get over to the right window to scroll back up on. Okay, so we got 0x9er that also stopped in right before the raid came over. But with the raid, it looks like we've got the real Tyragoth. We got Scotty Too Hottie stopping back in. Peter Mooney's back here. Monster SD619. User Mishi is here. House 75. Thank you very much, guys. Do appreciate you coming over. We're flying in a group flight on the VATSIM network with the Virtual USA Flying Club, celebrating their 4th anniversary. This is not normally a streaming day for me, but because the club event was today and the celebrating the 4th anniversary of the club, I wanted to switch my channel schedule around to make sure that I was able to accommodate and be a part of this event. A bunch of us, about 40 plus, flying from Sky Acres Airport in mid-state New York State, heading down the Hudson River, going out to Bayport Aerodome, a beautiful little community grass strip just up the south shore of Long Island. Show you again the planned route. We're going to take off from Sky Acres here. and to southbound and then westbound along this little highway. We'll join the Hudson River. We will contact New York Approach. We will get clearance to do the Skyline Route. We're going to come right down here through the Hudson River and the New York Skyline Route with Manhattan just off to our left-hand side. Once we pass out underneath the Verrazano, or not underneath, over top of the Verrazano Bridge, we're going to descend down to where we feel like we could probably pass underneath the bridge. Because to go under this Bravo shelf at Kennedy, we have to be below 500 feet. That's just to make sure that we don't get run over by an airliner coming in into or out of John F. Kennedy Airport. So we get this this transition up the south shore of Long Island, eastbound up the south shore. We'll get down to below 500 feet, or 500 or below, really, because the shelf starts above 500. That's what the plus means. So 501 or higher. At 500, you're technically not in that Bravo shelf. If your altimeter is that accurate, you're better than me. So we'll probably stay 450-ish or lower just to make sure. But we once we clear out to this point, Jones Beach, we're back into this area of the Bravo where we could go up to 1400 if we wanted to. And then once we get out here past this little inlet and the Captree Bridge, you'll see this little doubling of the barrier island here. The Causeway Twin Bridge here. You get past that point, then you're now able to go up as high as you want if you stay south of the barrier island. And then if you stay within the Great Bay, then you still need to stay at below 1500, say 1400-ish, here to be underneath the shelf of the Islip class Charlie. Once we get up here, there's a certain little inlet we're looking for, and then we're going to follow this little path into Bayport Aerodome, a little community grass strip which sits right underneath the pattern for Long Island MacArthur Islip Airport. And you can see there's a 700-foot cutout, so we got to be basically at 600 feet as we make this very tight pattern to stay within this this designated little cutout, this little keyhole that allows us to get into Bayport without having to be in contact with New York Approach. A lot of antique aircraft. As a matter of fact, our club founder, JetPilotCinnamon, became familiar with this place because he participated in an antique aircraft fly-in that they host here every year. And that is what I'm going up on this coming Saturday to see. So I will be traveling up to this area in person, and JetPilotCinnamon will be there. So one of the voices that you hear on the stream tonight, the voice that you heard in the briefing for this event earlier in the stream, if you were here, is somebody that I will be shaking hands with in person just 6 days from now. So that's a pretty thorough recap of what we're doing, and just because there's 40 or so of us doing the event, it was agreed that we would space ourselves out 2 minutes between departures, so that's why we're in kind of a little bit of a queue here. Alright, who else said hi? We got a couple more follows there. We got Jordan J and Makers Dave with the follow there just moments ago. We got that resubscription from Sim Caesar as well. Thank you so kindly for your continued support of the channel, Sim Caesar. Matter of fact, I was lurking in on your channel earlier. It was telling me that I was 40 some odd months subscribed to your channel, but since I wasn't truly going to participate in the conversation, I didn't want to steal any of your thunder while you were doing what you were doing. So, but yeah, man, we've been subscribing to each other for ages and ages and ages, just passing that $5 back and forth and allowing Twitch and Amazon to take a cut of it every time. You know, probably it would make more sense for us to just mail that $5 bill back and forth in the postal mail. That at least would only cost us the price of a stamp each time. But no, we're going to do it via Twitch as a means to support each other. But of course, no, I'm absolutely happy to support you, and I certainly appreciate the support in return, my friend. Sim Caesar, I hope that you have set aside the dates for next year's Flight Sim Expo, tentatively set for June 21st through 23rd. Flight Sim Expo running a survey right now with 5 potential host cities for that event. Hope that you will be able to make it out to this one. You're one of the few remaining Flight Sim streamers that I really have lamented not yet having the opportunity to meet in person. I know you were hopeful to make it out to the San Diego one in 2021 and didn't end up making that work. Didn't hear anything about you coming out to this past one here in Houston, but hopefully you'll be able to make the 2024 endeavor. Fingers crossed. Sim Caesar says, yes, Jeff Bezos is making money off of us, but at least we got the emotes. That's right, brother. The little rascal does have spewit. Yeah, Minnesota is getting passed over for consideration for this next event, Kenny. Yeah, I know. I know, although St. Louis wouldn't be terribly far for you. I don't know what your availability to travel is, Kenny. I don't know. Maybe all of them are too far. I have no idea. But St. Louis wouldn't be too terribly bad. Of course, some of our stream friends are based there, so that would make an easy commute for them. What else did I miss in the conversation? We got User Mishi with the follow. Thank you very much. We are typically on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. I'm participating with the club anniversary event, so made a little exception to our show schedule for this week. Malcolm says I can go to San Diego, Vegas, or Cleveland, maybe St. Louis or MCI. Well, that covers all of the possibilities there, Malcolm, so it sounds like it's pretty promising. The survey that they published, they're looking at those indeed five areas. San Diego, Las Vegas, which are at the bottom of my list because they're both cities that have hosted Flight Sim Expo before. There's only been 4 of them. One was at Las Vegas, one was at San Diego, so they're at the bottom of my list, but I would not be heartbroken to return to either of those 2 cities. But yeah, Cleveland, St. Louis, and Kansas City were the other 3, and I've never been to Cleveland, I've never been to Kansas City. I would be elated to get to go someplace new. That's always my priority, is I'd rather go someplace I haven't been before. St. Louis I had been to before, but it's been a long time. It was for work. It wasn't for a flight sim related thing. But it's been about 8 years since I've been to St. Louis, so I would not mind going again. Plus, I have some family out there to visit if we do end up making it out that way. User Mishi says, hi from Germany. I'm flying much in the U.S. on VATSIM. VFR is too much for a German guy with the U.S. controllers. Oh, VFR's not too bad in the U.S. The thing about, and Mishi, so I have a tutorial on my YouTube channel about reading US VFR sectionals, and in addition to understanding what's on the chart, that tutorial does go into a lot of the requirements of being VFR in the U.S. and who you need to talk to if you're in, which areas do you need to be in touch with somebody and which areas don't you need to be in touch with somebody. So you might want to give that a try, guys. If you're new to the channel, the YouTube channel in the lower left-hand side of your screen is where we archive all of our old flight broadcasts. But in addition to that, we've got a number of VATSIM tutorials up there. One of them is on reading VFR sectionals in the U.S. and like I was just saying, it goes into a little bit of procedural stuff, not just reading the chart, but understanding who you need to talk to, or whether you need to be talking to somebody in certain situations. So do feel free to check that out. Earliest Oak is with us as well, and thank you very kindly for the follow, Earliest Oak. Sorry, bumped the mic stand there. I'll tell you what, one undocumented checklist item that I haven't gotten to yet. We'll take care of this one.
Sky Acres traffic, Comanche, November 8 Whiskey Golf. Taking off runway 35 for left downwind departure to the southwest. Sky Acres traffic.
Okay, traffic for Quebec now on runway 35 Sky.
Alright, how many more, guys? How many more? So there's me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. So that should only be 15-ish minutes. So about quarter after, we should be up and rolling here. One thing that has probably gone on since we've been sitting here is our directional gyro might be drifting out of alignment. I feel like we should be kind of lined up with this arrow, but we are not. Is that because our gyro has drifted? Yeah, it looks like we're parked facing about a 165 now. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's that far off. Maybe there. Nice to see this much traffic down the river to New York. Yeah, this has been a very well-attended event. 40 plus of us participating in this. Look at that. And JetPilotCinnamon, it looks like he's just about to arrive at, or he looks like he has arrived. His altitude 38 feet, ground speed 14 knots. Yep. I would say he is there. And we still have folks in this line that haven't even rolled yet, so. Yeah, very well attended. And what is the attendance of this event? Looks like he's kind of coming in from someplace different. But we'll call him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 18. I think I counted a few people that aren't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23,
Papa lining up, runway 35. We'll be departing in 2 minutes.
4, 25. And how many still on the ground here? 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. And then how many behind me? 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So yeah, I would say pretty well attended event. Yeah, I know you guys that are on the east side of the pond. I know that you guys are up a little late watching us tonight. I do appreciate that. You can always watch us back on the streams within 2 weeks on Twitch, but we also archive all of our old flights over to our YouTube channel. So you're always more than welcome to check us out that way. Now I'm about 5 or 6 shows behind in getting those posted. I was hoping to catch up on that this weekend. I guess I'll have to try and get some of that done this week, and maybe get those up for you maybe while I'm traveling this coming weekend. Maybe get those all caught up. But yeah, you can always watch our flights back later on. Yeah, Pavlin says, wow, 42 people in VFR planes. This is a cool event. I wish I could participate, but I prefer flying alone. Yeah, no, I get that, and you know, it's now most of the events that are put on by this club are not quite this well attended. I know that JetPilotCinnamon would love it if they were.
35, left downwind departure to the south, Sky Acres.
But yeah, most of the events put on by this club are attended by anywhere between 15 and 25 on average, I would say. Some a little less, some a little more. And I'll tell you what, when we get up there, when we're first in line, one thing I'm definitely going to do is a nice full run-up. Make sure we test to make sure that there's no carbon buildup on our magnetos. We might have to run the engine at higher RPM with a nice lean mix for about a minute just to get all the carbon buildup burnt off. This is one plane that does simulate plug fouling if you sit on the ground at low power and too rich of a mix. You will definitely get that carbon buildup on the mags, and then you get the engine response all sputtery and inconsistent. So we'll have to do that check and make sure that we Have good, nice, clean magnetos. When we get up front. Pavlin says, like it's Project Sunrise with 10 more people. Now, I have no idea what Project Sunrise is. What do we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're number 6. So 12 more minutes. I guess if you have 42 planes departing, that's almost an hour and a half to get everybody departed, so. And it's about a 1 hour flight.
November 16, area Papa departing runway 35, left downwind, departure south Sky Acres.
Pavlin says they're the 2 longest long hauls on the planet.
I was just waiting for this guy to pull up and stuff. We'll get into the taxiway.
Not performed in real life. New York to Sydney and London to Sydney. Okay, gotcha. Chasing the sunrise. I get it. That's kind of cool. So there's a group flight.
Comanche 7348 Papa.
Pavlin, if I understand, there's a group flight that's organized to do those. Two sunrises in a single flight. Nice. Kenny says, I wonder if I can have supper made before you take off. Okay, yeah. At least another 12 minutes, maybe a little more. I think these guys are spacing a little bit more than 2 minutes. It seems like our ETA to departure has kind of drifted back a little bit, so I think they're spacing just a little extra conservatively, which is fine.
Acres traffic, Comanche, November 16, area Papa, 2000, left downwind, departing area south, Sky Acres, last call.
Alright, there goes our friend Smitty.
Comanche 7348 Papa is taking off runway 35, left downwind, departure to the south, Sky Acres traffic.
Sounds like quite a number of us are flying this A2A Comanche. I do like the occasional little glitches in the VATSIM ground clamping. It's not a given that so VATSIM is cross-platform. You can connect to VATSIM using Flight Simulator X, Flight Sim 2020, any of various versions of prepared P3D, X-Plane 11, X-Plane 12, even Flight Gear Flight Sim can connect to VATSIM. So there's a lot of coding that goes into the process of the pilot clients to kind of correct for little variations. And of course, even within the same simulator, people have different versions of airports. You know, there's payware versions, there's freeware versions. You know, might have you might have numerous different versions of the same airport even within the same simulator. So there's any kind of number of different variations people might have as far as the same different scenery for the same locations. And because VATSIM is cross-platform, they have to do some coding to correct for planes sitting on the ground that might look like they're either buried in the ground or hovering above it, were it not for this code to kind of correct the reported altitude. You know, our altitude above mean sea level is going to be different
Sky Acres
depending
traffic,
on
Comanche
the
40
exact
Papa, left
topography
downwind
of
runway
your
35,
scenery.
leaving
So,
the area out to the south, Sky Acres traffic.
so they correct for that by what they call ground clamping. If you are sitting on the ground, there is some mechanism for the pilot client to detect that and render the plane as being on the ground, regardless of what differences there might be in the reported elevation above mean sea level. So that's what you're seeing there. Is occasionally there's these little ripples where the planes kind of hop up and hop back down, and that's just a little temporary glitch in that ground clamping coding. I had used flight gear for lots of years, says Pavlin. Yeah, I was a flight gear. I was a regular flight gear user from about, I want to say 2007 to 2010, probably.
Comanche 8134 Quebec, landing up runway 35 for a 2-minute hold, Sky Acres traffic.
And Pavlin says I was there from 2014 to 2019. Okay, so after I left that community then. Yeah, some of my rudimentary, very bad scenery object. I didn't do any scenery like terrain, but I did put together with SketchUp, Google SketchUp, and my modeling skills weren't that good because I didn't know a lot about how to make a good, efficient, like low memory impact model. Oh, I do terrain scenery for P3D, says Pavlin. Yeah, so I did some scenery objects, but they weren't very well optimized because I didn't have enough knowledge to know what causes, more memory usage versus less memory usage. Other than obviously keeping the number of sides, polys, low. But as far as texturing, I didn't do a very good job of those. But I do have some scenery models in flight gear that probably are still there, and I authored them under the handle of, or the call sign or username of MD-TERP, MD, capital M, capital D, dash TERP, as a homage to the university where I attended and then at the time worked. So if you ever see any scenery models under the author capital M, capital D, dash TERP, capital T, lowercase ERP, that is me, and I assume there's some still floating around in that community. A lot of them in the Maryland area, mid-Atlantic area here in the U.S. But I did some scenery models for, I think, Indianapolis Airport as well. Can't remember a few others.
Sky Acres traffic, Comanche 8134 Quebec, departing runway 35, left crosswind departure to the south, Sky Acres.
Okay, so that's the guy that's going now. Got one more ahead of us.
Sky Acres traffic, Comanche 4430 Sierra Echo, lining up, runway 35, Sky Acres traffic.
Alright guys, let's go ahead and do a nice full run-up while we are here. Alright, so let's do the prop check first, and I'm going to go 2,000 RPMs, but I'm going to leave the mix leaned out a little bit while we check the prop lever. And that is going to be because while we're checking the prop lever, I'm also going to be trying to burn off some of the excess carbon buildup in the magnetos. So we'll do once. Twice.
Sky Acres, are we using 120.8 for LaGuardia for our flight following?
3.
Flight following out of Sky Acres, 132.75, 3275.
Alright, let's go ahead and enrich the mix. Get back to 2000s. Check the left magneto. Not too much of a drop, about 100 RPM there, that's normal. We'll check the right magneto. Of course, we know that there's something's messed up. Is going to engage my starter for that too. Oh, no, it didn't. Nope, just a 100 RPM drop, so we're good there. Whoops. Let's leave it at 2,000 for just a moment. And let's do a carb heat. Oh, nope, that's mix. Carb heat's over here. Okay, so we do see an RPM drop with the carb heat as well. And we did test the mix, and that works. Okay, so I think we're good. Go to full idle, make sure we just hear quality of the engine idling.
Taking off runway 35 for left downwind departure, Skyers traffic.
And seems to be fine. All temps and pressures are normal. We got the one ahead of us is rolling now. And so that is a minute 26 into the stream, or an hour 26 into the stream. So an hour 28 into the stream is going to be our departure time. Sky Acres traffic, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor's lining up runway 35 and holding for traffic ahead, Sky Acres. Normally you would never do that at a non-towered field. You would hold short.
And Sky Acres traffic, Comanche 8134.
You don't want to, because there's not like a tower control. There's not a tower controller like checking to see if there's inbound traffic and extending their downwinds and whatnot. So you'd never just, like at a non-towered field, you never just park on a runway and wait. But for the purpose of this event, that's what we're doing. Since we are now sitting on a runway, I guess the strobe lights should be on. Back to 1,000, mix is full rich. We're ready to go, guys. Put the landing lights on when we when we go for takeoff here. Another
traffic, Comanche 443, Sierra Echo on left downwind, departing your area. Last call, Skyers traffic.
Alright, and just as a reminder, it's 15 seconds before we go. Going to be a left downwind. And then we're going to go 8 miles south, look for the Stormville, and then we're going to cut over to the east, or I'm sorry, over to the west. Sky Acres traffic, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor departing runway 35 on the left downwind, VFR southbound to Sky Acres. Alright, takeoff power's coming at you. Airspeed's alive. Red line achieved. 80 knots, we'll fly her away. And pitch to maintain 110. Gear can come up. Get off the rudders. Alright, we're through. Get through 400 AGL, we'll get the flaps in, and we'll start the turn. Sky Acres traffic, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor, clear 35 starting left, crosswind, Sky Acres.
Sky Acres traffic, Cessna 206, 423 Charlie Lima is holding short, runway 35, Sky Acres.
We'll roll out on the crosswind heading. Back traffic right. Back traffic left. Downwind turn beginning. And since we're now through 1,000, we can go ahead and get the power back down. We'll go to 24 on the... Well, actually, I'm sorry, 24 on the RPMs. That's over here. Throttle will just leave wide open. Plane likes to say that if you can leave the throttle wide open with the cylinder head temps and the oil temps in control, then you're okay to do that. We're going to level it at 2,500 here. So 24, okay, now we can go to... Oops, 2,200. engine out to 14 gallons an hour. That's kind of the book value for max power, 14. Whoops, that's throttle. I gotta remember which levers hit which here, guys. Okay, so 14 gallons an hour. Throttle's wide open. Props to 2200. And yeah, we're drifting up. How do you know where and how to turn without an FMC? That's what we focus this whole channel on. Two ways. Pavlin number one, we got the radio-based navigation that we're seeing here and the DME here, which I'll explain more about in just a moment. But what we're doing today is just literally visual. What's on the chart? We know we're flying south until we see this Stormville Airport here, and then we're going to pick up this highway and go to this river. Way higher than I wanted to be, though. I'm at 3,500. I want to kind of be at 2,500. So let's make our way back down. I might have passed that. 7 miles. Yeah, we might be right around that airport. I don't see it. But I know I'm 7 miles from that VOR, so. Worst case scenario, we'll just turn to the east and find our way over to the river. We'll just keep 3,000 for now. Let's go ahead and check in with Stewart approach. And we're going to say that we are 8.6 miles. Yeah, hold on, let's flip it around. We're 9 miles southeast of the VOR. Stewart approach, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor, 9 miles southeast of Kingston at 3,000, looking for flight following down to New York.
Delta Victor, New York approach squawk 0330.
0330, 514 Delta Victor. 0, 3, 3, and 0. By the way, I never did turn my, didn't get my landing and strobes on. We also would have turned the fuel pump on for departure, but and pitot heat on. Fuel pump then would have come back off. Alright, so let's...
Delta Victor, your radar contact, 15 miles to the southwest, or correction, southeast of the Kingston VOR. You can stay altitude, please.
Yeah, we're 3,000.
514 Delta Victor, roger. You can maintain VFR, proceed on course.
Alright, VFR on course 5 for Delta Victor. Alright, so we'll just head west from here until we get over the Hudson River, and then we'll pick that up southbound. That's no problem. We'll keep the 3,000. We are 2,200 on the RPMs. Now, the event specs asked for 140 knots. So we're 160 miles an hour is what that is. I'm going to actually decrease...
The Skyline Route South and James Gate South Shoreline transition.
Squawk, November 220, Juliet Golf, Squawk 0. Actually, stand by, let me get the squawk for you 1 second.
Let's decrease the throttle a little bit here. .100 RPMs now.
Squawk 0367.
And we got a little bit of throttle out.
Squawking 0367, November 22 Victor Golf.
November 51 Delta Victor, contact near approach 120.8.
20.8, 514 Delta Victor, thanks.
Alright, Papa near approach squawk 0376.
0376.
Alright, so we want to kind of stay 10 miles to the south of the VOR and trace that around until we're... Yeah, we're way further south than we need to be. Miles on a 240 basically.
Number 6542 Victor, contact LaGuardia Tower 118.7.
118.7 for 42 Victor, thanks.
New York approach, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's 14 miles south of Kingston VOR 3000.
Number 514 Delta Victor, New York approach, Westchester, altimeter 2992.
2992, 514 Delta Victor.
Number 7340 Papa, your radar contact 18 miles west of the...
Alright, I think the river is through this little channel here that we're just about to pop up on.
7 Whiskey Tango, clear into Bravo airspace, follow the Hudson River southbound at 2000.
Boreas is making the turn at my wife's hometown of Newburgh. Very cool.
Could you repeat
Borea,
that,
good to see you.
7 Whiskey Tango? 7 Whiskey Tango, clear into Bravo airspace, follow the Hudson River southbound at 2000.
Into the Bravo, southbound.
Oh, okay, so I think the river
2000.
is just beyond this ridge here.
Please enter. I'll follow the Hudson River southbound, 2,000 feet.
Alright, we got the 160 miles an hour nice and down in here.
Traffic you're following.
So this will work 2100 and throttle and leaned out to 12 gallons an hour, so I think we're okay there.
Traffic in sight, 48 Papa.
48 Papa. Maintain visual separation with the traffic. Clear to enter Bravo airspace. Maintain 2000 on the Hudson River southbound.
Maintain visual separation, cleared into the Bravo. We'll maintain 2000 over the Hudson River southbound, 48 Papa.
Yeah, so we're a little bit further south than I intended to be. We're kind of in this area here. We're just, I guess we're east of Newburgh, headed in the direction of West Point. So we'll just need to make sure that once we hit the river, that we don't accidentally cross to the west side of the river where there's this restricted airspace over the military academy. But yeah, that is certainly the river there, so we'll join that southbound. And the plane is humming along quite nicely, actually. Yeah, so Pavlin says, I can't do VOR navigation, but I do know what VOR to VOR means. Yeah, so it takes a little bit of practice. There's a number of different ways to do VOR navigation, right? So we're using VORs just kind of as a cross-reference to our position. We're mostly navigating by the visual landmarks, but just as a means to kind of help me figure out where I am. You know, I can spin this arrow till it centers, and I can see that, okay, it's going to center on about a 21, and we have the DME here of 10 miles. Okay, so I'm about 10 miles southwest on a 210 heading of this Kingston VOR. Well, if I look at Kingston, or no, that's Carmel, sorry. Kingston and a 210 puts us right around here. So we're basically right where this mark is. And I'm going to come around this ridge and then join the city Newburgh and then head south. So again, mostly basing what we're seeing on where we believe we are based on what we're seeing. That's visual navigation, VFR, Visual Flight Rules, Visual Navigation. But that VOR kind of helped me because I took off. Whoops. I took off intending to look for. Come on. Intending to look for this airport and this highway, and I didn't really see it. I wasn't sure if I went too far or didn't go far enough, but that's when I picked up the VOR signal here from Kingston to just kind of cross-reference myself.
18.7, Whiskey Tango.
All 1LT is with us. Thank you very much for the follow.
1 o'clock, 5 miles south.
Right ahead of us, by the way, is that Stewart International Airport. Drop a little bit of throttle out. Speed's picked up to about 170, and plus we're getting off a little bit of excess altitude here. Oh, 1LT, it is the A2A Simulations Hyper Comanche. Get a nice, oh, there you go, nice picture of the river. There we are. I drive the plane slightly better than I drive the camera. Port Delta Victor has you 5x5.
Thank you. Comanche 8134 Quebec, New York.
Mike. What day is it, Mike?
There you go. Yeah, it's a
8134 Quebec, New York.
very highly well modeled GA plane there, old 1LT. But A2A Simulations is known for their very deep, very rich, very detailed simulations. This is no joke, man. You gotta treat this plane right.
New York approach.
You gotta treat it like you own it.
Sorry, I was on a different frequency here. I got mixed up.
8134 Quebec, New York approach. Your traffic you're following is 12 o'clock, 4 miles south on the Hudson River at 2000, a Comanche.
Okay, looking for traffic, 34 Quebec.
34 Quebec, you clear into Bravo airspace. Follow the
Jared.dev says, do you fly the plane better than you drive a cab? No, drive the camera, the drone camera. Jared.dev, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, Pavlin says, I have the Bonanza A36 from Coronado. Yeah, and so what A2A Simulations does, and if you watch back to the beginning of the stream, a very, very thorough pre-flight inspection walk-around mode where you literally have to check a bunch of stuff on the outside of the plane because there's all kinds of things that can go wrong if you don't. Pretty much everything that can go wrong, however, is detectable during your pre-flight. So if you do a really good, thorough pre-flight, you should be able to find any problems before you end up taking those problems airborne with you. But it really does enforce the discipline of good, treating your equipment well. And then this is the part. Where are we? Okay, so we're down south of Newbury. This is kind of okay. So we're passing West Point now. We got to make sure we stay over the water and not straying to the west bank here. But this is getting into that zigzaggy part just before it widens out into the Hudson, and then we're getting close to the point where we're going to need to call for our Bravo clearance. Now we're within the 30-mile. Let's go ahead and tune the LaGuardia VOR, since all these what is this? This is the LaGuardia 20-mile ring. So let's go ahead and tune the LaGuardia VOR. We're 13.1 here. But it does look like we're going to want to drop down below 3,000, maybe 2,500 or so. What did I say, 13.1? Okay, so now tuned to 13.1. 33 miles, so we don't need to be below 3,000 until that reads less than 20 miles. So we're 10 miles outside of this ring right now. Unless, of course, we hear cleared into the Bravo prior to that. Yeah, there's two little pieces. Paul R. There's two little pieces of the airspace over the Hudson River. The airspace over the Hudson River, the SFRA, or Special Flight Rules area, that goes surface to I think 1,300, as Mr. Cessna indicated. That you don't need a Bravo clearance for, but there's all kinds of specific position reports you're supposed to give, and you have that maximum speed of 140 knots. From 1,300 to I think 2,500, you have you have what's called the Skyline Route. You do need a Bravo clearance for that, and you are in the Bravo for that. And that's what we're flying today. And it will be a nice VFR flight that goes right past Manhattan. Yes, it will. Alright, so 30 miles from LaGuardia VOR now. I am going to start dropping down to 2,500. That'll just afford us a little bit longer period before we have to be talking to approach control. So if we're at 25, we don't have to talk to approach until we're within 11 miles. Really, once we get right up here near the Tappan Zee Bridge is where you want to kind of check in and get that skyline southbound.
Number 3 Sierra Echo, contact LaGuardia Tower 11827.
Yeah, no need to get into sim wars. They each have their strengths and weaknesses.
New York approach, November 8033 Foxtrot, level 1,700.
Number 8033 Foxtrot, near approach Westchester, altimeter 2992.
992, November 8033 Foxtrot.
There's our friend Michael.
514 Delta Victor, cleared into Bravo airspace, follow Hudson River southbound at 2000.
Alright, cleared into the Bravo and Hudson southbound 2000, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, so we were already descending to 2,500, and now we've been cleared in, but we're going to get down to 2,000, so we'll just keep it going down. Now, the SFRA has a maximum airspeed of 140 knots, which this is in miles an hour. That's approximately 160 miles an hour. The Skyline Route does not have a speed limit, but our event coordinator for the evening has asked us to maintain 140. So 160 miles an hour on the gauge. I did forget, by the way, there is a nice freeware add-on that models that Tappan Zee Bridge a little nicer than what's in here. And I did forget to get that installed, so that what you're seeing there is default. There is a nicer model out there on flightsim.to.
751 Lima Uniform New York approach Westchester, altimeter 2992.
That, like I said, I did not manage to get. We got the nice freeware add-on scenery for Sky Acres Airport, which is where we took off from. We got a nice freeware add-on scenery for Bayport Aerodome, which is where we're headed. But yeah, I did goof up on the opportunity to get that add-on for the bridge. Do you give the landmark callouts on the skyline like the SFRA? No. So that's one of the things I was saying a moment ago, Nam. In the on the SFRA, you're not in the Bravo. You're actually giving Unicom calls on a Unicom frequency, and those are the landmarks that you have to call out. This on the Skyline route, you're actually in Class Bravo airspace. So you don't need to do position reports in Class Bravo airspace. They have you on radar. We get the throttle back up. Now that we're at 2,000, we'll get the throttle back up to where we're churning about 11 gallons an hour. That seemed to be good as far as 160 miles an hour, rather.
Nick Departure, good evening, American 1184 with you.
Our call sign is just as it appears on the nameplate here, 514 Delta Victor. This is the call sign I use most of the time.
15,000 American 1184.
TR41, thank you very much. We got a follow there from TR41. We got a follow there from Santi Capo. Santi Capo, welcome to the stream. All right, let's...
For 220 Juliet Golf traffic, you're following 12 o'clock, 4 miles southbound on the Hudson River at 2,600 Skyhawk.
Look at the traffic.
A little bit of jitteriness with my sim throttle there.
Race here at 33 Foxtrot traffic, you're following 12 o'clock, 5 miles southbound on the Hudson River, 3,500 Cherokee.
We'll be looking for the traffic, November 8 33 Foxtrot.
All right, 2,000 feet. Let's trim it out, keep it there. We'll peak at the airspeed. 140 knots was what our event coordinator asked for. So we don't have a specific speed limit imposed by the airspace.
For 220 Juliet Golf, Roger.
But our event coordinator asked us to maintain 140, so we'll watch that settle into about 160 miles an hour, which is equivalent roughly to 140 knots.
751 Lima uniform, confirm Paul Hudson River southbound 2,000. Yep, Paul Hudson River southbound 2,000.
Yeah, it looks like it's settled right into where we want it.
220 Juliet Golf, maintain visual separation from the Skyhawk you're following. Clear to enter Bravo airspace, follow the Hudson River southbound at 2,000.
Follow the traffic, clear to Bravo, flying that down 2,000, 220 Juliet Golf.
American 1184, turn left heading 270.
270, 1184.
Alright guys, you can see the skyline ahead.
On the ground at White Plains, requesting IFR clearance in Detroit with information hotel.
Got the East River over here and the North Bay. I forget what the bay, North, I guess maybe called Hudson Bay. North of Long Island. Not Hudson Bay, what am I thinking? Long Island Sound.
Departure maintain 3,000, squawk 7170, SkyWest 4122.
SkyWest 4122, read back correct, call for push.
Call for push, SkyWest 4122.
River 514 Delta Victor, contact LaGuardia Tower, 118.7.
18.7, 514 Delta Victor.
American 1184, clear direct to Biggie, climb and maintain 17,000.
Direct Biggie 17,000, American 1184.
18.7. Swap that in. Stenley 44 says, I live on Long Island. They were saying there's not a bay in the north. Yeah, Long Island Sound was what I meant. The event is the 4th anniversary of the Virtual USA Flying Club. LaGuardia Tower, who are we? Comanche 514 Delta Victor at 2,100.
I love how you said who are we. Comanche 51 Delta Victor, LaGuardia Tower, LaGuardia altimeter 2990. Pushing on point.
2990, proceed on course 5 for Delta Victor. I know who I am, I just don't know what I'm flying.
November 443 Sierra Echo.
Yep, so flying along with the Virtual USA Flying Club, general aviation themed events, about 4 per month on average, and heading out to Bayport Aerodome, just south of MacArthur, Long Island, Islip Airport, and Stenley going to be visiting that location in real life on Saturday, so this coming week, 6 days from now. The Antique Aircraft Club of Greater New York holds their annual fly-in event at Bayport Aerodrome, and it's been something that I've been trying to attend for several years. Our Virtual USA Flying Club founder, JetPilotCinnamon, used to participate in flight school events out there, and that's how he became familiar with the place and how he kind of made it, because it's such a cute little community grass airstrip and just so much quaint charm to it. It's kind of become adopted by the club as our unofficial official home airport. And so I'm been looking forward to getting a chance to visit it in real life, and finally going to make that happen 6 days from now. JPC hitting us with the link to the Virtual USA Flying Club. Thank you very much for that. Steve PHL throwing out some gift subs. Those of you who were recipients of Steve PHL's generosity, hope that you say thank you. And Steve, we certainly appreciate your continued support of the channel. I don't know if you heard what I was saying, but I'm going to be up kind of passing through your way as I head up to Long Island on Friday. The event is Saturday. And then passing back through your area on the way down here back home on Sunday. Steve PHL, one of the longtime stream supporters that I got a chance to meet out in Flight Sim Expo in Houston last month. Last month? Well, a month and a half ago now, wow. Stenley says, I'm 5 minutes from Bayport, wow. Wish I could subscribe, says Pavlin, but need to save my money for my medical bills. No, listen. I don't do this for a living. I don't do this even for a side income. The money that is generously provided to the stream in terms of the donations and the cheer bits and the subscriptions is mostly what funds these monthly giveaways that we do on the channel and other special giveaways that we do. It's certainly not something that I ask for or request. It's definitely at the discretion of those who choose to contribute. Got the gift sub going to Pavlin there from JetPilotCinnamon. Thank you for your generosity. I know Pavlin's appreciative of that. So yeah, no, the subscriptions are always appreciated and welcome, but they're certainly not requested or required. And you know, really the best thing you can do, Pavlin, is just pass the word, spread the word, let everyone know about this channel and what we do here and how we do it, and all the tutorials over on the YouTube channel. Just let everybody know what a good time we have here. Stanley says, is it a public event? It is a members-only event, but they are taking memberships that morning, so you have to sign up to be a member for the day, says JetPilotCinnamon. Yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. So he and I said the same thing, but in different ways. Well, there you go, Pavlin, with the cheer bits. That's generous too. We truly do appreciate it. Throttle just a tiny little bit. Doing good keeping the 2000. We're right at about 158 or so miles an hour.
River 514 Delta. Victor, contact Newark Tower 118.3, see ya.
Alright, 18-3, 5 and 4 Delta Victor, we'll see ya. Yep. Hang on, we'll do a little sightseeing here as soon as I get over to the right frequency. Kennedy Tower, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor 2000. Just look forward to go.
514 Delta Victor, Newark Tower, good evening. Newark altimeter 29901, call me overhead dispatch.
Newark Tower, and we'll call you overhead the bridge, 5 and 4 Delta Victor. Convention Center there, right? Madison Square Garden right over here. And we missed, Central Park was behind us. We missed Yankee Stadium. I think the Intrepid Museum is coming up. Is this? I think this is the Intrepid here. Statue of Liberty dead ahead. Whoops. There she is. Lady Liberty, Freedom Tower over here to your left. East River winding in. JFK Airport way off to the left here. Yeah, the old Brooklyn Bridge. Alright guys, we're going to kind of stay to the right. And then we're going to get ready. We're going to get down under 500 feet to go on this next section here. After we pop out the bottom end of this, we're going to duck down below 500 and we're going to cut up right in this outer shelf, staying off of the shore, but right outside the shore, below 500 feet to get safely past the south side of the Kennedy Bravo. Alright, there we are. Battery Island, do I have that right? Newark Airport right over here or here. I'm not. Am I just to beam it? Or is it further down? I can't quite tell. One of those big flat spaces is Newark Airport.
York Tower, United 1548.
It'll be kind of sort of behind us. It's got to be like this one here.
22 left.
United 1548, Newark Tower, the wind's 290 at 9, runway 22 left, clear to land.
122 left, clear to land, United 1548.
Alright, getting ready to pop out over the Governor's Island, Channing, thank you.
Number 514 Delta Victor, configure VFR descent to 1000, Kennedy will have freezing for you shortly.
Alright, we'll start the VFR descent down to 1000, 5 and 4 Delta Victor. Alright, just a touch of down trim. Manage that descent mostly through throttle here.
514 Delta Victor, Kennedy's on 19-1, safe flight down to Bayport.
19-1, 514 Delta Victor, thank you.
Sedation 100, it's not squawk correct, and Ross ready.
Oops, 1912.
Sedation 3-4 November, squawk 6-7.
Kennedy Tower, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's just south of the bridge, 1,400, descending 1,000.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, Kennedy Tower, Kennedy altimeter 29901. Follow the shoreline eastbound, maintain VFR at or below 500.
At 29901, shoreline eastbound, VFR at or below 500, 514 Delta Victor. Alright, we can start turning in, but we can't turn east of that tip until we get down to, say, 450. Yeah, low underpass. Yep, this lower shelf of the Kennedy New York Bravo that surrounds Kennedy. It's not really called the Kennedy Bravo, but you guys know what I'm saying. The Bravo portion of the Bravo that belongs to Kennedy. In order to stay safely below the.
Delta Victor, be advised, traffic departing Kennedy, runway 31 left and turning southwest.
Roger, we'll be looking 514 Delta Victor. Yeah, I know, so low, and scary to be this low at a single engine piston over the water. We'll stay as close to the shore as we can.
Squawk VFR, frequency change approved.
Oh, going over to VFR, and thanks for the ATC tonight.
The overriding concern is not to get run over by heavy iron here, so. Yeah, we're pretty far out from Bayport. We just got along the shoreline here. I'm going to put some throttle back in, but I got to temper that throttle with some down trim, make sure we don't accidentally drift up above, I want to aim for about 450 here. But we're going to keep that down trim coming in. Yeah, once we get past the, past that Bravo shelf, Stenley, we're going to pop it up back to about 1400 at least. That'll give us a little bit more breathing room. And I'm going to try and just keep it right on 400 feet. That way I show up on the scope as 004, and he'll know that I'm not at 005.
Wind 32015, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff.
Copy the wind, clear for takeoff, 31 left, Delta 9965 heavy.
Alright, we'll trim it out to maintain the 4.
Number 443 Sierra Echo, Lima airspace, radar service terminated.
Got it throttled right back up to about that
Squawk VFR, frequency change approved, present your help, there are 443 Sierra Echo.
11 gallons per hour. Trimmed to 400. We seem to be maintaining the 160 miles an hour pretty well, so we'll. Yeah, I feel like we ought to have a banner attached to us and be towing a banner up the beach. Of course, if we were really doing that, we'd be doing a lot less than 160 miles an hour. We'd be doing about maybe a third of that. But yeah, once we get out to what's it called, Jones Beach, which is going to be this little inlet here, then we'll be clear of that 500-foot shelf, and we can go to about 1,400 feet under that next shelf up. Yeah, we'd be making a whole lot more money, says Ori, right? Stanley says this barrier island is getting battered every year. Yeah, no, I know. I basically live on one myself, a little bit further south on the coast. I guess I live just off of. I work on one. I live just off of it. Steer a little bit to the right. Is this the beach that has Coney Island amusement park? I think it is. I don't know the geography well enough to know where that is. Oh, we got some bumps there. We might have it. Beach clubs, Rockaway Beach. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where Coney Island is in relation to this. I confess I don't know. I don't know Long Island's geography that well, other than what we've done in the sim.
Oh, 9965 Heavy, no further ATC is available. Mono Unicom 122.8. Have a good night.
Okay, so as we pass Jones Beach and this inlet, that means we should be good to come back up to 1500.
Hey, Tower, good evening, November 751, Lima Uniform, just over the VZ, descending out of 1,500 for 1,000 VFR.
November 751, Lima Uniform, Kennedy Tower, Kennedy altimeter 299.1, follow the shoreline eastbound, maintain VFR at or below 500.
Okay, at or below 500, shoreline east, 1 Lima Uniform.
Put some throttle back in, start to climb.
Number 1 Lima Uniform, be advised, Buffalo aircraft all types departing Kennedy, runway 31 left and turning southwest.
Yeah, we're on. We're past Long Beach now. We're past Jones Beach Monument. We're east of Jones Beach now. We get a second little bump out here that's coming in, and that's the Moses Causeway and the Captree Bridge, and that's where we're passing from Kennedy Bravo to the Islip Charlie. We still need to keep it at 1400 or below. Well, actually, we need to keep it at 1400 or below while we're still under the Kennedy Bravo. Once we get out here, we're actually okay. South of the barrier island, we're okay. But once we get back inbound to the barrier island, we're back to where we need to be at 1400 or below again to be below the Islip Charlie.
1903, Kennedy Tower, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm about to hug the south shoreline about 15 miles to the east. Looking to just do a touch and go for Piper 19038. And I'm with Echo.
Number 19038, Kennedy Tower, ident.
Ident 038.
Alright,
Kennedy Tower, JetBlue 2202, holding short 31 left at Zulu.
2202 Kennedy Tower, wind 320 at 15, runway.
Then it'll turn in, and I think once we get clear of
JetBlue 2202.
Kennedy Tower, Delta 1299, downwind, runway 31 right, ILS approach.
Make sure we don't go up above 1500.
Kennedy Tower, Kennedy altimeter 299.1, runway 31 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 31 right, Delta 1299.
Number 19038,
And we should be able to just go ahead.
10 miles southeast of Kennedy
We're going
Airport.
to pre-tune 22.7. This is a special exemption that the club got to use the local CTAF at Bayport. So 22.7 is what we'll tune.
Prior to arrival is an Airbus
But once we get a word in with Kennedy Tower, we'll let them know that we're
Caution for the Airbus.
east of the Bravo, and we're ready to
Conference
drop
training,
flight following
runway 31
services.
left, 03. Thank you.
514 Delta Victor, leaving my airspace. Radar service terminated. Squawk
Or he'll
VFR,
tell
frequency
us.
change approved.
All right, frequency change approved. 514 Delta Victor. We'll see you. Thanks for the service. Okay, now the catch is, how far up do we need to go before we turn in and look for Bayport? I had...
Bayport traffic, Comanche, November 6 area, Papa over the shoreline, Bayport. Bayport traffic, moving forward, Papa final for 36, Bayport.
Deer Park 17.7. And we're looking for this little inlet here. 17.7, 124 and 12 miles.
Bayport traffic, 47 Whiskey Tango, over the shoreline behind 9N Papa. Bayport traffic.
124. Probably not a bad idea for me to readjust that
Bayport
gyro.
traffic, Comanche 7348 Papa is now 5 miles south of the field, 700 feet, inbound 36 Bayport.
Yeah. Pull a little bit of throttle, get back to that 11 gallons an hour. A little bit faster than they wanted us there, 140 knots. There's 1400. Remember, we're 1400. We're okay over the Great North Bay. Is that what it's called? Yeah, Great South Bay rather. 1400 we're okay, but then to cross the shoreline into the mainland section of Long Island, we do need to be below 700. So really, kind of more like 600. But we'll know that it's time to turn in and look for that Browns River inlet when we're on a 124 and 12 miles. And we're 13.7 counting down, but we need to actually go past and then past it and then in again. Oh wow, did I
Bayport traffic,
did I miscount inlets? Did I come up too soon? I might have passed this inlet thinking it was this one. Yep, I might have indeed popped up. Whoopsie. Because this now looks like...
Bayport traffic, 47 Whiskey Tango, we're the wrong way.
That's what you were saying earlier. You were saying it was we were still passing Long Beach. Yep, you were correct then.
Bayport traffic, Comanche 443, sir, passing Fire Island, southwest inbound for 36.
Yep, you were correct then. I miscounted the inlets. Okay, so we were way further west than I thought I was. We are just now getting to the Captree Bridge and the Moses Causeway. Yep, whoopsie, my bad. Ori says we're going to need you to call this phone number. Yeah, we got the raid there from 757 Spy. How are you, Spy? Flying along with the Virtual USA Flying Club into Bayport Aerodome. Little grass strip right on the Long Island South Shore, and we're going to be visiting it in real life 6 days from now.
36 Bayport.
Bayport traffic, 42 Victor, clear to the runway 36.
So thank you very kindly for the raid. Always good to have your support. Thank you so much. In the A2A Comanche. It is easier to leave landing gear divots in a grass strip. Yeah, and we will. We definitely will. Thank you very much for the raid. Who else did I miss in the chat? We got Average YYZ Spotter, Booms TV, Low Viz is here, Black Grape UK, White Lig back with us, Nudist 77, Carp number 4, Tim Dog back with us. And Rob Valkyrie stopped in. Accidental Bert, I love it. Awesome username. Thank you for stopping in. Okay, we're drifted up. We're drifted up to 16, almost 17.
Comanche 48 Papa, left
But at least we are now legitimately out from under the New York Bravo, coming up on the Islip Charlie, where we're okay to be at whatever altitude we want down here. But I'm going to get back to 1400 because as soon as I turn northbound, we're going to need to be under 15 in order to be outside of the Islip Charlie. So let's go ahead and trim it back down. Yeah, but it does look like JSG Droid back with us. It does look like I popped up one inlet too soon. I saw this and thought I was seeing this, and so thought that I was east of the shelf. That's where it would have been a cross-reference. We were talking about cross-referencing your visual navigation with VOR navigation earlier. That's where it would have been good to have this 115.9 tuned, and then if I had seen that I was only at 6 or 7 miles, not 10 plus, I would have realized I wasn't yet at this point, and I needed to stay down below that shelf. So fortunately it didn't end up burning us. If the controller noticed it, he didn't say anything. He probably just sent a nastygram to JPC.
Traffic, Comanche 48 Papa is clear 36 Bayport.
Yeah, Moses, there's the Moses Bridge and the Capture Bridge there. Yep, absolutely. 100% correct, Stanley. Sorry I misunderstood what you were saying earlier. I should have trusted your word over mine. All right, let's get back down to 1400. Let's go ahead and I'm going to drop a little bit of throttle out here. Throw a little up trim. Greg Bream says, "Hey Slant, thanks for your VATSIM series. You made them aware to me last time I was on your channel." Yeah, I hope that those tutorials were useful to you, Greg. Thank you very kindly for the fine words. Mend005 hit us with some cheer bits. Thank you. Always appreciate the support. You also hit us with the follow moments ago. I truly do appreciate it.
Comanche traffic 143 Echo crossing the shoreline.
Very helpful, says Greg. Awesome, guys. Awesome. Happy to be of service.
Go back on the base for 36.
So 11 miles and kind of holding steady. That means we're more or less abeam that VOR. If we were to look straight out to our left, we might be able to see it. Is there a landmark associated with it? Republic. So if we're kind of abeam Republic Airport, then might be it there. Might be it here, not 100% sure. Okay, 1,300 feet now. Okay, but now, so we're now the distance is slightly increasing, 12.2.
Bayport traffic, Comanche 443 Echo turning base for 36. Let me have your clear runway. I can go around if I need to. Bayport traffic.
I'll be clear in a second.
Oh, no. So I'm looking at the Delta. The Deer Park VOR is actually out here, so Republic was actually over our left shoulder there. All right, so 12 miles out, but how distant will we be when we're abeam it here? 14 miles out on a 132. So let's set this to 132. And we'll wait until we're 14 miles out, and then that should be about where we turn in. The other thing I had said earlier that I was going to need to do is to check that gyro drift. We're back down to 1,100 feet. Yeah, Ori says, isn't this the one with the river inlet as a visual aid? Yes, it is. I just want to make sure that I'm aiming for the right river inlet. So our compass says we're pointed at about a 0.8182. So yeah, it's drifted quite a bit here.
Bayport traffic, Comanche 443 Echo, clear the runway. Bayport traffic.
So there's about a 132 and 14 miles. So this should be about where we turn in. I think it's this river right here. Is there a way to turn off that fancy schmancy engine monitor? Tiny Squid asks. I don't know. There might be a circuit breaker for it. Alright, but we want to start getting down to 600 feet. I don't see any other traffic in the bay right now, so I think we're okay. This is the river that kind of comes in and turns right, I believe it is. Or this right here. Or this right here. Let's go back to my original 124 and 12 miles. Yeah, it might be too far. Yeah, 14 miles. Yeah, I think I've passed it. Yeah, JPC says, I think that White House should be off your left. Okay, yeah, I think I might have passed it. It might be this one right here. Okay, 124 and 12 miles is coming back in. But I think it is going to be this one right here. Alright, so let's get down back under the 700 feet. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's going to be the one. Browns River. Bayport traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is over the shoreline for 36. Bayport. Alright. Mix full forward, props lever coming up. Fuel pump coming on. Guys, you can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate upon touchdown. No bot command necessary, just a number into the chat, positive or negative, representing your prediction as to the descent rate upon touchdown. Minus sign is optional. We know you mean a descent rate either way. 125 miles an hour. We'll get the gear down in flaps 1. Keep it at 600. We're going to go up right past the school. We're going to join the railroad tracks. And then join a right base, right turn to the left base 36. All right, there's the railroad track. There's our airport there. Final notch of flaps coming in.
It's finger licking good.
About 90 knots and then 80 for the touchdown. Oh, not too bad. Looked pretty horrendous. Didn't register very firm at all, actually. Registered kind of like a greaser. Little wavery on the flare. I was kind of up and down on the flare. Bayport traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, clear 36. Bayport. Alright, let's go. Fuel pump off, pitot off, landing lights off, strobe light off. Flaps can be stowed. The RPM's down to 1,000. And mix leaned out to the point where it just starts to drop. Yeah, the number that registered was actually pretty nice. I guess we'll come outbound of the Marshall, but we'll go ahead and taxi up over here to the over here to the line of park traffic. Yeah, so I didn't feel that I did too bad there. Missed the turn-in point to find Bayport, but I think once we got that sorted out, we didn't do too bad. I probably could have gotten a little closer in, but that's okay. Alright, let me run through the shutdown checklist. We're going to do another leg. I haven't really decided where yet. But we'll run through the shutdown checklist real quick. We'll look at my predictions as to the timing and the fuel, and then we'll look at your predictions as to the descent rate. Alright, so flaps are stowed, strobe light, landing lights, pitot heat, fuel pump off, throttle set, mix lean, parking brake set. Let's go ahead and get the comm radios, comm 2, transponder, and ADF off, and the avionics switch off. We're going to do a quick live mag check, just make sure that the magneto switch does indeed kill power to the engine. Okay, it does, good. With that having been checked, we'll go ahead and pull the throttle all the way down, and mix to cutoff. Prop lever out, and mags go off the rest of the way now. Nav and beacon, battery switch, and fuel selectors can come off. Oops, not trying to zoom, I'm trying to turn those suckers. Alright, we'll go ahead and unlatch the door, pop that open, make our way out, go join our friends. Go ahead and get the static elements reset. We'll do a real quick walk around just to reset all the static elements. So walk around mode. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Set the tie down back up. 7, 8. Right chocks go in. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Left chocks 14. Tie down. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. We'll do the rear tie down. 23, we'll unload our baggage. Just the toolkit and duffel bag. Go ahead and close that back up. And then we'll reaffix the control lock. And close and latch the door. And we'll pop outside and see if we can watch a few more arrivals. Don't know if we've got any more or was I the last one in. A lot of times I am the last one in because I do that kind of meticulous flight briefing and, of course, full walk around on this plane to make sure that it's airworthy, and I explain all the steps as I go, so sometimes that takes me a little longer to get going than it does some others. Alright, let's take a real quick look at the... Oh, I'll tell you what, we'll do flight time and fuel estimates check, and then we'll check on your estimates in terms of those landing rate predictions. So I had said, now we're gonna get airborne at 7:45. We didn't end up getting airborne until 8:15. So if we add 30, well, I guess we must have made up about 10 because 0106, is it like 0130 or is it 0230 now? Yeah, it's 0130. So we made up 19 minutes there. So that's not bad. We are supposed to have 246 total pounds. We should have 22 gallons in the centers and nothing in the tip tanks. Well, we know that we have 3 gallons in each tip tank, so that's going to be 21, 20, 19. 19 and a half should be left in each center tank. Let's see what the gauges are reading. They might be reading nothing because the... Yeah, about 19. Okay, so the fuel estimates were good. Flight time estimates were pretty good. Let us go ahead and see... And we'll see if we have anybody else coming in. Guys, everybody here. Looks like 1 Lima uniform and 0 Juliet Golf is on their way. So it looks like we kind of got a little bit more spread out as the night went along. But we'll watch some more of the inbounds while we discuss the landing rate predictions and see how you guys did with that. JPC says we did set a new club record, 52 participants, 47 pilots, 5 air traffic controllers, all club members down here for tonight. Yeah, Richard says it's too bad we don't see the activity. Forgot my Frisbee. Yeah, the event tonight, Stanley, was Sky Acres Airport, right up the Hudson River, just north of Stewart. 9 left to come in, says 42 Victor. Yeah, sounds good. So that'll be good watching for you guys while I take my intermission. But before we do that, let us get a screen grab of the landing rate. And again, not necessarily a determinant of what makes a good landing or a bad landing, but I was pleased with the result. 51 was the number that registered. Look at that crosswind, too. And like I said, my flare was a little floaty. I over-flared it and then kind of settled back in twice and then put it down. Where are we going out of here? I haven't actually decided yet, Smitty. I mean, we've done Block Island before. We've done up Long Island out to like Block Island or Nantucket or Martha's Vineyard before. We've also gone back down the coast like Jersey Shore. I was kind of thinking maybe go back up the Hudson. But yeah, let's run through the predictions and see who had closest to 51. The numbers that came in were 124, 89, 69, 110, 88, 120, 173, 100. 247, 92, 82, 123, 99. Yeah, who had the lowest? 82? No, 69? Let me look through them again. 124, 89, 69 appears the lowest so far. 110, 88, 120, 173, 100, 247, 92, 82, 123, 99. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be heat drippy with his perennial 69 guess. Yep. So heat drippy. At 2-3 November on 8, what is today? 13.
It's not rigged, Kinney.
Well, you know.
You just lost.
All right, yeah, so that last arrival, let's see if we can get Sky Vector over here. Maybe I'll shrink it down. Okay, so that's as narrow as we can get Sky Vector. But let's do a little bit of a zoomed in view. So you got a couple more coming in. 8033 Fox is the one that you might want to check out his stream while you're waiting on my intermission, guys. November 8033 Fox is one that streams in a full-scale replica of a Cessna 172-182 cockpit in his house. And he's got it rigged up with X-Plane, I think 12 now is his platform. X-Plane 12, so meticulously aligned with his simulated windows that the illusion that you're in an actual plane is 100% convincing. It is an amazing sight to see. So if you want to see what it might look like to land here in a real actual Cessna 172-182 series aircraft, go check out that guy's stream. And his stream name on Twitch is this, but it's the word Fox. So N is in November 8033 and then FOX, Fox. Go ahead and check that out. There you go. Good Fixins put the link in there to it. So we'll go ahead and leave that up just for situational awareness. And I will take a quick break out of the cockpit. And we will be right back. I'm going to take a little bit of a liquid recycling intermission. Be back for you. And, yeah, we're going to fly out of here, Mr. Cessna. Smitty Papa, to your question, I haven't quite decided where yet. But I thought maybe back up the Hudson. I don't know if the New York air traffic controllers are staying on for us. But I was thinking maybe back up the Hudson and, I don't know, where you want to go, guys. What time is it? 9:36? By the time I get airborne, it's 10 o'clock. Let's go back up and let's land at Stewart. How's that? Go right back up to where we... Oh, you know what? Danbury's always tempting. Yeah, Danbury's always tempting. Well, we've been there a number of times. I don't think I've landed at Stewart, but maybe once or twice in Sim. Actually, let's do this. 20 November. Let's land at another little private strip. We're private non-towered strip. 20 November. We're going to call that our destination, guys. So we'll plan that and get that plan underway here in just a few moments. 20 November to be our next destination, but we'll take some liquid recycling break. In the meantime, you guys can watch the continued arrivals into the airport, and we'll be back with you in just a few as we fly right back out of Bayport Aerodome, headed back up to 20 November as part of the Virtual USA Flying Club 4th anniversary event. And show how it can be done without talking to ATC, says Good Fixin'. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. We'll do the SFRA, stay nice and low. That's not a bad idea. And we can do that entire trip without talking to anybody. That's really, I think that's a perfect idea, Good Fixins. We'll take you up on that. How's that? All right, guys. Well, we'll get that endeavor underway as soon as we get back from a little liquid recycling break. We had a handful of more follows that I missed. We had Men 005, I do believe I said hello to you. Stan Brule hit the follow a little bit ago. Tiny Squid and Business Woofer were the latest ones. And sorry that I missed you at the time, but give you guys some proper hellos now. as we get ready to take an intermission. Again, it's the Virtual USA Flying Club's 4th anniversary event. Our club founder, JetPilotCinnamon, our host, and really appreciate this wonderful event that he put together for us. We'll take a little bit of a break here, guys. We'll be back with you with lots of flying left to do on the Slant Alpha channel. We'll see you in a bit. Alright friends, welcome back. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures continues. It's the 4th anniversary of the Virtual USA Flying Club and our flight into Bayport Aerodome. Beautiful little grass strip, community grass strip just outside. Get the map out of the way. Just outside of MacArthur, Long Island Islip Airport. We're gonna go ahead and jump back into the cockpit here, so it's not quite so noisy. As soon as we have our next arrival, I think it's going to be Michael, 8033 Foxtrot. Let me get that map up again. So we'll probably jump in on his stream here in just a moment and watch his arrival from his vantage point as well as ours. But let's go back to where'd my Sky Vector map go. So the Bayport Aerodome is a little community grass strip just south of Long Island's MacArthur Islip Airport. And there's this little tiny airspace cut out. That's why we have this extremely specific procedure to follow in order to get in and out of that airport without violating that Class Charlie airspace. Let's see if I can get over to 8033 Fox's stream. We'll kind of peek in on it here. And
there's the church.
Go back to the outside view.
Bayport traffic, 81 hotel uniform is going to
And
I can get in. 70 to give 33 Foxtrot plenty of time to get in, and we'll follow him in.
There we go. Yeah, that does. So there you go, November 8033 Fox, and look at this cockpit, guys. I don't know why I have it. Hang on. I listen to Twitch streams a lot in the car, and I have it down on low resolution when I do that. That's why it's just coming in like that. Alright, so he's going to bang a hard right turn. And then a hard left turn. So he should be kind of somewhere over here. I don't see him. Maybe here?
Alright, let's get our power back, get our carpet on. Let's get our landing light on. Okay, mixtures, rich, fuels.
I'm trying to get the toolbar away.
Tracks that we need to follow.
Hotel uniform, we have you in sight. We are rolling around. We'll be following an 8033 Foxtrot.
Hang on. Trying to get that stupid toolbar out of the way.
Okay, the traffic walker, 11 away, trip to the final runway 34.
There's our school.
There we go.
Bayport traffic, 71 Charlie Tango, I'm at 1700 out of Fire Island. I'm near the circle track.
This is the most clustered group coming in right now. Well, we'll watch Michael do his. Okay, there's Michael. You can see him. Yeah, he's in X-Plane 12, I'm pretty sure. And he should be banging a left-hand turn and dropping some altitude. We're gonna. Yeah, we're gonna see him slightly delayed on stream. We're gonna see it happen in my sim before we see it on his stream. Yeah, he's a little overshot the turn a little bit. We did the same thing. He's coming back to it now. Yeah, good job, Michael.
Yeah, it's gonna be the record.
Wow, look at that. He's a pro. Nicely done, Michael. Nicely done. That was beautiful.
Okay, the traffic walker, 11 away, clear, runway 33. Okay.
All right. Good job, bud. That was fun, being able to see that from both angles. All right. Well, anyway, do give him a give his stream a look. See, guys, he's a fun guy. We got to meet him out in Houston as well for the for Flight Sim Expo at the end of June. So he and his wife actually were both out there. Both of them very, very lovely people, and I had a great time with them in Houston. All right, we've decided that we are heading back up to 20 November, I think is what we said, right? Let's go ahead and plot our plan here. Bayport Aerodrome to Kingston, Ulster. And we are going to do this in reverse. Good Fixin said, hey, why don't you demonstrate how you could do it without talking to air traffic control? Well, there's a couple different ways we could do that, actually. We could weave our way in between the Islip Charlie and the New York Bravo above the Republic Delta, okay? And then make our way up kind of past Carmel and over top of Poughkeepsie, and then once we get over top of Poughkeepsie, we can drop down and do Kingston, drop down right into Kingston, Ulster. That's one way. Another way, though, and I think what you were getting at, Good Fixins, is to do the Skyline route in reverse. We'll come straight out from Bayport to about that point. We'll go back up the south shore, westbound along the south shore of Long Island. We will be careful to be below 500 feet by this little inlet, not by this little inlet. And then we will cut up toward the Verrazano Bridge. And instead of doing the Skyline route, we will do the Special Flight Rules area. The Skyline route is the chute in the Class Bravo airspace that's actually between 1,300 and 7,000. Skyline route, they typically assign 1,300 up to 2,000. Okay, so 2,000 is the highest that they give. Below that, when you go from the 1,300 to the surface, you're in what they call the Special Flight Rules area, and you don't, in this case, need to be talking to anybody. If you are within the lateral confines of the Hudson River and you're below 1,300, you're in the Special Flight Rules area that is not technically within the New York Class Bravo. It's below it. It's below this little hole that they've channeled into the Class Bravo airspace, and they've got a very specific procedure for doing this. Hudson River, below 1,300 feet mean sea level between the east and west banks, with all these specificities given as to the lateral boundaries of that. East River, we're not really talking about that today. Communications, you must continuously monitor and communicate on the designated common traffic advisory frequency. So for us, that's going to be 122.8 on VATSIM. So 122.8. We need to report passing Alpine Tower, George Washington Bridge, the Intrepid, the Clock, the Statue of Liberty, and the Verrazano Bridge. Aircraft type, position, direction of flight, and altitude. So we would say New York traffic, or Skyline traffic, or Hudson River traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, northbound at the Statue of Liberty at 1,200. Airspeed not to exceed 140 knots. Now, on the way down, we had that speed limit that was imposed by the group flight on VATSIM. That was not an airspace restriction. That was a group flight restriction that was imposed by the group. In the SFRA, below 1,300 feet on the Hudson, 140 knots is an airspace restriction. Oh, we got a couple people coming in back to back there. Anti-collision and position nav lights should be on. Use of landing lights is recommended. Should have the chart with you. Of course, you should always have charts wherever you're flying. West shoreline of the Hudson River when southbound. East shoreline of the Hudson River when northbound. Within the boundaries of the exclusion. overflying the area within the Hudson River but not landing or departing any of the Manhattan heliports or landing facilities or conducting any local operations, altitude of 1,000 feet up to but not including the floor of the overlying class Bravo. So 1,000 to basically 1299.9099. So we'll do 1,200. Self-announced as described above, and the East River exclusion down here doesn't really count. So this East River exclusion is over here. If we were going up toward Roosevelt Island and Brooklyn and all that stuff. But we're going to do the SFRA, which is the Hudson River northbound. So we'll do it at 1,200, and we'll call out all of these landmarks. The difficulty is that the Statue of Liberty was there. I think we saw the Intrepid. We saw the George Washington. I don't think we saw Alpine Tower. We didn't quite see the Tappan Zee Bridge, which I think is further up anyway. And I don't think we saw the Alpine Tower. I forgot to install those. There's custom scenery landmarks that you can install from flightsim.to to see those, but I didn't remember to do that. Oh, downwinds. Yeah, you remain over the waterway. Yeah, and the dream is real, so there you go. Good Fixins gave you the information on that. So you can see me on US East, I just won't see you. And so there was an Easter egg that Downwind Sim put into the X-Plane 12 version of the scenery here. Hang on. Where is it? DA chat? Okay.
This is Annie West saying congratulations to Mike Sinante and the Virtual USA Flying Club, celebrating 4 years of promoting general aviation and VFR flying on VATSIM. And thanks for visiting the historic Bayport Aerodome.
So, Annie West. Those of you who are new to the stream, Annie West makes her occasional appearances in X-Plane scenery that is handcrafted by Downwind Sim for the various events that he participates in. And so she's kind of she's a news reporter and I guess Forest Service dispatcher. She's been a couple different roles, but she's always played by Downwind Sim's daughter. So always good to hear from you. Oh, that's right. And Richard says, don't forget to log your landing on Discord. So what time did we get down? Was it about 15 minutes ago, guys? I don't remember exactly what time it was, but we'll just say 9:45 Eastern Time, 10145 Zulu time. Okie doke. Alright, so this is what we're going to do, though. We are going to... And what did I say our departure time was? Or I don't think I'd specified. Let's go ahead and get this filed on VATSIM. BFR, we're going to go 23 November to 20 November. It is a total of about 140 miles. We're going to depart at 0230. Time en route, yeah, about an hour 15 is probably good. Fuel left in the tanks about 245 or thereabouts. Cruise speed 100 and we're gonna call it 150 true airspeed and 2,500. Westbound, well, we'll call it northbound. Call it northwestbound. Yeah, the information for the stream and for the club. Go ahead and get that filed. And don't need that anymore. And yeah, I think that's gonna be the plan, guys. All right, let's set about getting to it, shall we? Back up to the top. And we'll go ahead and pop the windows. And unlatch the door. Of course, we would be doing this from the outside. And opening up the windows. Let's undo the control lock. Let's open up the fuel valves. We got a follow there a few minutes ago that I missed while I was on intermission. Sorry for not saying a proper hello to Simu. Ooh, I love it. I love the usernames you guys come up with. And then Julian Ross there hit the follow button moments ago. Thank you very much. Appreciate the visits, guys. We typically fly for you Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. A little off cycle today because of this event. The 4th anniversary of the Virtual USA Flying Club. Fly into Bayport Aerodome, a place where I'll be visiting in person just scant 6 days from now. 5.5 days from now, really, at this point. Little community grass strip right on the south shore of Long Island. That'll be my first visit to Long Island overall, I believe. I gotta think about that, but I believe that's true. Been into New York City a couple of times, but never up onto Long Island. So, yeah, looking forward to that trip and looking forward to shake JetPilotCinnamon's hand in person for the first time ever, even though we've been great friends for a long, long time now. All right, let's go ahead and start this walk around. Doors and windows are open, fuel valves are open, control lock is off. Let's go ahead and get into the walk around mode for this aircraft and check and make sure we didn't break anything. Okay, we're going to check our flap, nice and secure. We'll check it in all 3 positions, make sure there's not any unusual play or rubbing or catching as it moves around from position to position. Everything seems fine with it. The aileron should move completely freely and again should not rub or catch anywhere. Everything seems to be good. We are going to so on the second trip I always find that these little control surfaces tend to phantomly double click themselves. I find that interesting. That seems to happen every time. We still have the 3 gallons in the tit tanks. It's too low for us to visually inspect that level. And I think we're going to just go ahead and leave 23 gallons on each side. Should be plenty for us to get up to our destination without having to take on additional fuel here. So I think we're good. We'll go ahead and close that up. Nothing else for us to do. Let's continue to walk around. On the bottom here, we're going to just do a quick check of the fuel. Make sure that it is indeed blue in color and not clear like water would be if it got into the tanks. And also check that fuel for any contaminants. Everything looks fine. And the splashing sound that you hear is going to be us dumping that fuel back into the tanks and not onto the beautiful grass here at Bayport Aerodrome. We'll check the line on the second pass here. Take the tie down. When you put it back up, you call it a tie up. See, another phantom double click. Weird. This will be the center fuel tank. And yeah, you can kind of see there's a little bit of blue in there, so that does look like it's about 2/3 full. Very good, no problem. No problems encountered. Go ahead and remove the wheel chocks and do a check of the center tank's fuel quality. Again, nice and blue, meaning it's not blue and not clear water and no contaminants, and we'll dump it back into the tanks. On the front, no damage to the prop, no obstructions to the engine intakes. Do a quick, again, phantom double click. Check of the oil. A little over 9 quarts, nice and clear still. So good. Another arrival coming in. We'll watch here for a second. Look, very nicely done, whoever you were. Congratulations, whatever your name is. No, that sounds really callous, but I just don't know who it was. 965 Papa Tango, whoever you are. Nicely done. Okay, so oil quantity and quality has been checked. Again, phantom double click. Check the left main fuel tank, and again, we should be able to see just a little bit of, yeah, we can see 20 gallons in there, 2/3 full. Appears consistent with that level. Go ahead and button that up. Wheel chocks can come off. Tie down can come down. Light will check on the second pass. Tip tank again. Not really much to see with only 3 gallons in it, but you would always want to kind of poke your head in, make sure you have as much as you think you have. We'll check the light on the second pass. Tip tank sump check, yep, nice and blue. Dump it out of there. This is the left aileron. Make sure that it moves freely and doesn't rub or catch anywhere. Looks like it's fine. The flap will grab onto it, make sure that it doesn't move. A little bit of play in each of the 3 extended positions, but that is normal. No unusual squeaking, rubbing, catching. Everything seems fine with flap operation. Port side static port appears unobstructed, nothing blocking that. Come back here, the stabilator should move nice and freely. The rudder should move, but not much. Good. Go ahead and take that rear tie down off. Right side static port, nice and clear. Go ahead and load my toolkit and duffel bag back in. Don't know who the person bags belong to. They're not mine. I'm going to leave them right here on the grass. And then that should do it, guys. We'll do battery and all 5 lights. We'll get the nav lights spun up to intensity that we're able to see, and then let's do just a real quick second pass. Make sure we can see all those lights functioning. So nav lights are good. Landing light number 1. Strobe light we can see from multiple positions, but this is the best one. Keep going. Landing light number 2 should be there, and then the red nav light, and again strobe. Come back to the tail position here. We'll be able to see the rotating beacon up top. Sorry, there we go. Rotating beacon is rotating and illuminated, and so that should be it. Yeah, landing lights, right? Yeah, landing lights both sides. Nav lights both sides, which we'll go ahead and leave on. And strobe lights. Nav and beacon lights we're gonna go ahead and leave on. Okay, very good. Yep, everything's done there. Another arrival coming in. Good, good, good. Nicely done. Alright, let's go ahead and get the door closed and latched. And check for any pop circuit breakers. They look good. Let's get ready to rumble here, guys. Mix and props can go full forward. Throttle to about 10% or thereabouts. Go ahead and get the fuel pump on. We'll wait until another arrival. BizJet, somebody got ambitious. Wait until the fuel pressure comes up. Okay, there it is. We can go ahead and unlock the primer. Pull it about 4 times. 2, 3, and 4. And we'll go ahead and lock that back up. I think somebody's checking their replay while they're still connected to VATSIM. That's a no-no. You shouldn't do that, because that will actually transmit that replay position over the network. Anyway, so yeah. We had some weirdness this time. We're going to go ahead and call clear. We would engage the magnetos and then call clear and then hit the starter. We had a weirdness where our starter automatically engaged itself when I first started moving the magneto switch. Yeah, that's strange. That shouldn't happen. Oh, and also don't have our parking brake on. Whoops. So is that starter engaged or not? I can't tell. I don't want that to damage the plane. Okay, yeah, we'll have to fix that. Mine did the same thing to me, says B-Faith. Yeah, they did. They changed the logic of the starter switch But I have the Honeycomb Alpha, and I have it assigned through FSUIPC, and I think I'm going to have to figure out a different assignment for that because there's something going on with that now. So we'll have to look into that, but I'll dig into that after we shut the stream down. Anyway, we do want to set 1,000 in the RPMs, and then we want to lean the mix out to the point right where it starts to drop. There we go. Tim Dog says, mine did the same thing and it was assigned in SPAD next. Okay. Yeah, okay. We'll dig into that. I know that they changed the logic to improve the way it worked with some of these types of hardware implementations. However, I had it working just fine, and now it's not working just fine. So what made it better for some has made it worse for others, and I'll just have to play around with that afterward. And I'll report back via my Discord technical support channel what I find out on that. Maybe I'll post an update on Twitter as well. Anyway, so we can go ahead and close up the windows now that we got the engine running. One thing I often forget to check, you do want to check what oil temp is up. You do want to check, though, that the oil pressure kind of comes up right away when you get that engine turning. And then now that we've got the engine turning, it should be supplying its own fuel pressure, so we can turn off the electric fuel pump and verify that it does indeed have fuel pressure still. So we're good there. Oil temps coming up, cylinder head temps coming up, so we're good. Amps and suction all looking good as well. All right. Avionics can come on. We can get the COM1 NAV1, COM2 NAV2.
Bayport traffic, Comanche turning
altitude mode on the transponder and the ADF radio. Another arrival there.
Bayport traffic, Comanche turning left final.
Left final?
Runway 36.
Left final or right final?
And Lima Yankee Zulu is clear of runway 36 Bayport.
Alright, our flight plan has been sent. We don't have any ATIS information online, but we can get a METAR, not really a METAR at Bayport, but we can get a METAR at Islip, which is like 5 miles to our north, maybe 4 miles to our north, KISP. So northbound's looking good. 2995 is the altimeter.
Traffic, November 16 Tropic, Comanche.
And the field elevation here next to nothing is about correct, so that's good. Yeah, there was a biz jet. Somebody got ambitious, TR-41. Don't know how well that would have worked in the real world, but somebody made it work on VATSIM, and that happens from time to time.
Bayport traffic, Comanche 6 Yankee 62 Tango, cleared runway.
Richard said, I made the mistake of calling out a right base instead of a right turn to the left base. Yeah, I get confused when I describe that all the time. I just thought it was funny that someone said a left final. I didn't know there was such a thing as a left final and a right final. That's another mistake that I make all the time, so. Just picking on somebody. Altimeter set, field elevation verified. Let's go ahead and get the directional gyro recalibrated, so it looks like we're at about a 110 there. And we're probably about 10 degrees off. 110 or 1... Actually, it looked like it was fine. 110 or 100. Okay, yeah, 110 looks good. It's fine. It's actually fine. Let's go ahead and set 3.6 just as a sanity check. We got another raid coming in. Who is hitting this with the raid? 8033 Fox. Congratulations on a wonderfully done landing, sir. We kind of watched it from my vantage point and from your vantage point at the same time. Looked like you did nicely, sir. So, congrats on a nice, successful arrival. TR-41, yes, it's the 4th anniversary of the Virtual USA Flying Club. Link to the Flying Club on Discord. Yeah, it's right there. thanks very kindly for the raid. We got the resubscription from 8033 Fox as well. Yeah, everything looked really awesome, Mike. We kind of got to see it from as you came in over the shoreline, and I didn't really see until you got on that base turn past the school. But the base turn to final, obviously overshot the turn to final and had to kind of come back to it a little bit. I think I did the very same thing that you did on that, but looked like you recovered it right nicely and put it down right on the white stripe, basically. Can't believe I made it through that alive, says Iowa Scotsman. Yeah, it's a challenging one, but it's a fun one. Alright, what else, guys? No clearance to obtain, nobody to obtain it with. We're going to make sure we're squawking 1200 in altitude mode, and we are. By the way, New York SFRA, is there a...
Bayport traffic, November 6 area Papa's over the shoreline and departing the area to Fire Island, the north. Last call, Bayport.
Is there a certain squawk? Sometimes it's like 1201 or 1205 or some sort of certain squawk that you have to be dialed in on to kind of just confirm to the controllers that can see you on scope that you are indeed following these procedures. I don't see anything about a squawk. It might be under communications. Yeah, no, I don't see anything about a specific squawk that you have to be on. So we'll assume that's a no. Yeah, it almost looked like you were a real pilot or something, says Good Fixins. Yeah. Yeah, you made it look pretty easy, man. Alright, so we're all good with our nav aids. The LA's SFRA requires that, but I don't think New York does, says Good Fixins. Yeah, I remember seeing it from somewhere. But I believe you're correct that the LA one does indeed do that. We'll do a real quick check. Obviously, we check the flight controls during our walk around, but this is where we would check that they operate as commanded. The tail one we can't really see, but we can actually see the nose kind of come up and down a little bit as the idle prop wash hits the stabilator, and then the rudder, somebody outside would just confirm that our rudder is working fine. And I think we're good to go. We'll go ahead and set flaps 1 and double check that our trim is neutral. We'll go ahead and trim it down here. One more crank. There we go. Yeah, Iowa says, I was fine till I got to the East Shoreline route, then it became a mess for me. Yeah, I actually popped up early. I was supposed to stay down until we passed this inlet by Jones Beach. I saw this inlet, and I thought that I was out here, and I started increasing altitude. The controller did not call me out on it, but I was not looking at this VOR to confirm my position. And if I had looked to the left, I would have seen that I was immediately abeam Kennedy. And maybe I wouldn't have done that, but I thought that I was passing here, and I was only here, and I started coming up well before I was supposed to. I was still supposed to be below 500 at that point. So that was my error. Nobody called me out on it, although one person in the chat was like, no, I think you're still in Long Beach. Whoops. But the controller didn't call me out, and I didn't get any nasty grams from them or from anybody else, so it's just we'll just have to keep it between us, guys. Don't tell anybody. Other than that, I did okay. I did overshoot this. I kind of wound up looking along these rivers here, and then realized that I was beyond this little point.
That was a lot of fun, guys.
And then once I could see this one, I figured out that I was looking at the right one to come in. JetPilotCinnamon was helping us out at that point as well, but I did get a little bit too far up, and I was looking at these rivers thinking, looking for one to turn in on. JPC says, I'm going to do the drawing in 10 minutes. I'll PM you the names of the persons who won your prizes on Discord. Yep, so Slant Alpha Adventures channel sponsoring 2 of the giveaways that are being coordinated by JetPilotCinnamon for the anniversary event tonight. So thank you very much for that, JPC. I'll look out for that, and I'll get in touch with them tomorrow. Alright, back to our flow list. Let's see if we can get airborne by about 9 minutes from now, guys. Flight control check. Flaps set, trim neutral. Oil Temps looking good. Cylinder head temps looking good. Taxi routing, not really much of one. We'll just taxi down there to the south, and then we'll take off to the north. By the way, just so you guys are aware, there is a very specific arrival and departure procedure. Well, I don't have the link to it readily available. But basically, off of 36, it's a departure. It's an immediate left turn. Don't cross Sunrise Highway. Another left turn, and then you kind of join Browns River and come out over here, past the marina, and then you can either turn out over the bay or you can turn out over the Atlantic once you get out here. But yeah, it's a very tight left base. I'm sorry, left crosswind and left downwind, and then you end up over the river. That leads you back out to the shore. So that's the brief version of it, and we'll talk more about that here coming up in just a sec. Bayport traffic, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor's taxiing out on runway 36 for VFR departure Bayport. Alright, let's keep 1,000 RPMs in. Can't quite tell where the runway marking is. So those are the cones that mark the closed runway. They all there's only 136, but they alternate which one it is. Okay, so it's kind of immediately ahead of us to our left here. Okay, there we go. Now we can see a little bit more readily. Alright, so let's hold in position here and do a quick run up. Let's set 2,000 on the RPMs. I'm going to leave the mix leaned while we do the prop lever check. That'll just help us burn off any gunk that might have collected on our magnetos, but we'll check the prop lever 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. And we'll leave the leave all that running. We'll do a carb heat check. We should. Oh, I didn't get much of a drop on the carb heat. Get a little bit more of a drop if we have the mix full rich there. Okay, there we go. Carb heat is indeed now showing a drop. Okay, good. Let's do a mag check. A little bit of rough running. RPMs are okay, but yeah, we definitely have like a missing cylinder on that left mag. Let's pull the mix out. Throttle it up to 22 here. Back to 2,000. Mix full rich. And let's check that left magneto again. Okay, it's just sounding better now. Okay, good. Our full idle. Definitely hear if there's any problems with the engine not full idle. I think we're okay. Back up to 1,000. Bayport traffic, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor, departing runway 36 on the left downwind VFR south to the shore. Bayport. Probes, landing lights, fuel pump, Ito, let's go. Alright, takeoff power coming at you. Takeoff power achieved, 60 knots, or 60 miles an hour actually. 80 miles an hour. Away we go. Go ahead and get the gear up. Start the left turn immediately. Do not cross Sunrise Highway. I repeat, do not cross Sunrise Highway. I'll say it one more time just for good measure. Do not cross Sunrise Highway. You see Sunrise Highway there? Yeah, don't cross it. Keep the left turn going. Get over that river as soon as possible. We probably overshot that quite a bit. Yeah, we did. Oh, and we're overshooting the altitude also. Yeah, I gotta stay below 700 and over the river. Bayport traffic, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor clear on the left downwind, following the river out to the shoreline. Bayport. Okay, so we kind of screwed up a little bit. We didn't make the turn tight enough. And we also kind of violated the ceiling of that little cutout by not staying below 700. Flaps in, we can get the power out here. And then kind of stay to the right of the river so that inbound traffic will pass off to your left. Alright, once we're out over the bay, we can take it up to 1400. I am going to reduce the RPMs. Oops, that's a mix. Reduce the RPMs to 2400. We got another raid coming in. Good gracious, guys. Who's supporting our channel now? Continuum hitting this with the raid. Wow. Thank you so much, man. We truly appreciate it. Hope that you had a good stream tonight. Geekle Twitch is here. Pilot Deviation. Zero Echo Romeo. Resplendent Dingbat. That's a fantastic Twitch username. Yeah. Alright. Got flaps in. We got gear up. I think. Yeah, we did. We're going to climb it up to 1400. We got full throttle still. No, we don't have full throttle in. So 2400. Okay, let's keep it at 1400. And now we can drop it to 2200 on the RPMs. So that's the carb heat. Keep full throttle in, but we'll go ahead and get the mix leaned out to about 14 gallons an hour. That's kind of our book value for max power. There's 14. The 2200 and 14 on the fuel flow. And keep full throttle in as long as the cylinder head temps and oil temps can support it. Oh, we got to get back down below 1400 now before we get too far west, or we're going to end up busting that Bravo shelf of the New York airspace here. We might have clipped this outer ring of the Charlie by being above 1400 before we got out beyond the island. No, still picking up altitude. Thank you, Howie. Itzer back with us. Who did I miss? We got follows there from Resplendent Dingbot as well. Dingbat rather. All right, I am going to go ahead and switch over to the regular Unicom channel now. Again, that use of the local CTAF was a special exemption that was given to the club by VAT USA, so thank you very much for those of you who were involved in that. That was really cool of you to be able to let us use that local CTAF for Bayport. Turn and Burn this here. Yes, it's watch out for the sharks and seals. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, single engine piston, and we're over water, but we're going to stay nice and close to the shoreline, hopefully within glide distance to the beach if anything goes wrong. However, the problem is getting past Kennedy Airport, you have to go down below 500 feet as we pass along the south shore here, just south of Kennedy, and man, it looks low. Very nervous. Okay, whoops, speaking of low. Now, as a matter of fact, is this Moses or is this Jones Beach already? Okay, so that looks like, yeah, that's the Moses Causeway there and the Captree Bridge. So we got one more little inlet to go before we need to be down below 5. What VATSIM air traffic control is still on, by the way? That's a good question. Yeah, they've all called it a night. We've got a ground controller at Kennedy, but nobody else on. But we'll still do this to demonstrate how you could do it without needing to talk to anybody. So at this point, we could be as high as 1400. But since we got to get down below 5 by the next little inlet anyway, might as well just kind of make our way down there. Oh, by the way, since we've now departed, one thing that I've been bad about, once you get the flaps in and power down, you can go ahead and turn that electric fuel pump off too. Generally, you want to have that on for departures and arrivals in this plane, just as a fail-safe for the engine-driven fuel pump, but you want to save the wear and tear. Turn that off at cruise. Yeah, Smitty says it's super low. I'd be nervous in real life. Yeah, absolutely. So we'll hug the beach, just in case we have any kind of issues. Just in case we have any kind of issues, we should be able to glide it in and into solid land. Alright, so there we are, leveling off at 400. We're early to be down at 400, but once we get over past, passing this Bravo shelf, we need to stay at 4. Once we're turning in toward the Verrazano, we can take it back up to 1200. We don't need to be at 300 though. Is this a common tactic for GA in this Bravo? Yes, this is a kind of a commonly flown, they call it the shoreline transition, coming out of the bottom end of the New York Skyline Route. They will typically have you descend below 500 to head east up the shore. Looks like we do have a warning about some high cylinder head temps here. I'm going to enrich the mixture. There's a couple different strategies you have for this. I'm going to enrich the mixture a little bit. No, I think I'll just, I'm going to end. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, that's just some weird jitteriness with my controls there. Pull a little throttle out of it. There we go, 25 on the manifold now. Mix lean to 14. Prop still turning 22. And the cylinder head temp warnings have gone away, so. Alright, so now we're getting ready to join the special flight rules area. And again, for those of you who missed it earlier, this is a little corridor that's below the Skyline Route. Surface to 1200. So if we're at 1200 feet, we're not in the New York Class Bravo airspace. We're below it. We gotta wait until we're... I don't want to pop up too early again, even though there's no VATSIM air traffic control to call me out on it this time. But once we get clear of that tip there, I got to make sure. I think I might be. Are we past Kennedy? Or are we just coming up on Kennedy? Well, let me tune the Kennedy VOR, and that'll help me figure that out, huh? 15-9er. Oops, oops, oops. Popped up a couple hundred feet too high. Get back down. A little bit of an airspace bust. $15.9 on the VOR. Was I running lean? Asks Smitty. No, I was running wide open throttle. The cylinder head temp gauge was looking good, but the little monitor up here was saying that the 5 and 6 were running a little hot. 15, what did I say, 15-9er? Seven miles and counting down. Okay, so I I probably got that altitude corrected before we've entered the east side of that little shelf there. Yeah, so I got it leaned to 14, which is kind of like max power in this plane. And then the guidance is you can run it as wide open as you want as long as the cylinder head temps and oil temps are okay. But the cylinder head temps on the 5 and 6 were just a little too hot. So I backed the manifold down to 25. Yeah, JFK up ahead to the right, yep. Keep it at 4.
Kennedy traffic, Delta 64 Heavy, taking off 31 left, approach to south, Kennedy.
Kennedy traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's on the south shore of Long Island, east to west toward the Verrazano Bridge, maintaining 400 feet below the Bravo Shelf, New York. We might see somebody depart here and kind of turn over top of us. So this was the little inlet that I mistook for Jones Beach earlier. Popped up out of that 500-foot shelf way too early. Nobody called me out on it, but yeah, kind of embarrassing. Okay, there's our departure. Keep it nice and low at 400, but we'll let them kind of come right over top of us here. Keep your minds out of the gutter, gentlemen.
Washington Center, good afternoon, Endeavour 52.
Yeah, good climb rate, he'll be fine. Oh, he's kind of turning, he's took off to the north, and now he's turning west and then south over top of us, so yeah, he'll be plenty high. Smitty does it at 1375, 22 on the manifold, 25 on the RPMs. Okay, so you run a higher RPM, but a lower manifold. Yeah, there's a lot of different combinations in the book. For the highest speed performance, Smitty, for the highest speed performance, I've been doing 2200 on the RPMs, 25-ish on the manifold, or as wide open as I can get it, and 14 on the fuel flow. Let's drifted up to right at 500 feet. Let's make sure we're not busting that Bravo shelf. Yeah, and you know, Smitty, you know that I do kind of water down and round the performance figures. You know, I'm not one that's got to be like a stickler for following the book exactly in any of the planes that I fly. So I just use round figures: 22, 14, and whatever wide open throttle I can get. Turn and burn, we're going up to, where are we going? 20 November, Kingston Ulster Airport, another little private airport just up the Hudson. Alright, now once we get clear of this final landmass, then we will be west of the point at which this Bravo shelf is above us, and we can put it up to 1200 for our path up the Hudson. let's remind ourselves. Let's go to that SFRA. What are the call-outs? We got to call out these Verrazano Bridge, Statue of Liberty, the clock, which I don't remember where that is. Okay, so it's kind of right across from the Trade Center. I don't think we'll see it, but at least know where it is. The clock, the Intrepid, and then George Washington and an Alpine Tower. Again, the Alpine Tower we won't see either, but we'll at least know. We'll at least know about where it is. We can call it just by what else is around us. Okay, so as we start to turn, we're going to add a little bit of up trim. Sniper God with us. Am I missing the bridge, or? Oh, there it is. Okay, we're good. Is there a speed limit? Yeah, it is 140 knots, which is going to be 160 miles an hour. So we'll have to watch that. Sasquatch, good point. Adjustment here, 2200. We're going to dial this thing right in on 1200 feet altitude. Throw a little throttle back into it.
Newark traffic, Lufthansa 508, crossing runway 29er at Romeo. Taxiing is Zulu 22 right, Newark.
Get ready to level it at 1200. Verrazano Bridge is our first mandatory call out. Stay below 1300 to stay below the Bravo, but above 1000 if we're not landing at any of the helipads or other local operations along the Hudson River. So since we're not, we're transitioning the entire route, we have to be at least 1000. But since we're not talking to New York approach, we need to be below 1300. And we need to slow it down also. This is the point where we need to throttle it back to about 11 gallons per hour. So let's see the speed come down to about 160. New York area traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's over the Verrazano Bridge, Hudson River, SFRA northbound at 1,200 New York.
Kennedy traffic, Delta 1028 on a 1 mile final, runway 31 right, Kennedy.
Alright, let's get her back up to 1200. Might have pulled a little too much throttle out of it. Set the fuel flow to 12 maybe. and try to maintain that 160 miles an hour. I'm going to say knots, but it's 140 knot speed limit, which is approximately equal to 160 miles an hour. So that's where we're going to try and leave it. What's the next mandatory reporting point is the Statue of Liberty, which is right up here, so we'll make that mandatory call. And then the clock is just basically a beam Freedom Tower, like right in this area. I don't think we'll see it, but we'll just know that it's right there.
Newark traffic, Lufthansa 508, departing runway 22 right, flying runway heading for now. Newark.
So statue, and then clock right across from the Trade Center.
stop.
Alright, yeah, we got a dead center on 160 knots.
You got traffic at your total block. York traffic, Lufthansa 508, holding short runway 22 right.
New York area traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor northbound on the Hudson River, abeam the Statue of Liberty, 1,200 New York. Drop a little altitude. Bring it back up, get it back. Oh, I think this. I might be wrong. I think this little. Oh no. Was the clock supposed to be on one of these buildings?
5 mile final on runway 31 right, Kennedy.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly which building the clock was supposed to be on. Maybe this. I'm not 100% sure. But we'll just call it out. New York area traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor northbound Hudson River, beam the clock, 1,100 northbound, Kennedy, New York area. Next one is the Intrepid, just right around the right-hand bend here. The aircraft carrier museum. Get back up to 1,200. Get back up to 160 miles an hour, 140 knots. You saw it, says Tim Dog? Yeah, I wasn't sure which exact one it was supposed to be. Maybe if I watch the stream back, I'll see it. The Intrepid is kind of right underneath us. We saw it better on the way in, as we were on the other shore looking across to it. But we know that we are basically right above it right now.
Kennedy traffic, Delta 1028, short final runway 31 right, Kennedy.
New York area traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, northbound Hudson River, abeam the Intrepid Museum, 1,200, New York.
New York traffic, be advised, Lufthansa 5083 circulating for 22 right because we got plowed through by a United 737.
Hate it when that happens. I know that I'm not being a very good tour guide, but what a fantastic view of the New York skyline here. Central Park, obviously.
New York traffic, Lufthansa 508, you just took off runway 22 right without clearance. Okay, well, just so you know, United, you can't fly through a Boeing 748 Intercontinental. Just wait your turn, buddy. Dude, rocket alignment, I did not see you this right.
Alright, and so the next mandatory one is the bridge, I believe. Alright, getting ready to make the next call out. I ducked the Unicom audio out of the stream temporarily while that little bitch fest was going on. You know, the guys didn't need to hear that. Got a little caddy on the CTAF frequency. Doing good. 1,200. Yeah, let's trim it down just a touch. 1,200, 160 miles an hour, which is equivalent to that 140 knot speed limit. Everything looking good here. Temps and pressures all looking good. Make this next call. I think the cat fight seems to have dissipated, so we'll...
Newark traffic 508, crossing runway 29er at Sierra, Newark.
New York area traffic, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor, northbound Hudson River, abeam the George Washington Bridge, 1,200, New York. Alright, and then we missed Yankee Stadium coming in. Are we going to be able to see it this time? Oh, it's kind of, it's already past us. Maybe we can see it over our shoulder here. Yeah, over there somewhere. I'm sure it's there. Am I a pilot in real life for Echo Uniform? No, I am not. I have just been doing this obsessively for way too long. My wife will be the first to attest. But welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Alright, and then the last one that we have to call is Alpine Tower. Now, again, this is one that we won't see in the sim. There is a freeware add-on in flightsim.to that does add it, and I forgot to do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to tune the LaGuardia VOR, and when we pass 11 nautical miles, we'll know that it's going to be right off to our left-hand side. It's coming up real... It's like right on this little peninsula here. We'll trim up to maintain that 1,200. But let me get that LaGuardia VOR frequency right quick. Where'd we go? Where'd we go? Gosh, this is a cluttered map. Let's go to the TAC. There we go, 13.1. Plop that in, okay. We'll see the DME, 8.6, and slowly climb. It's not climbing at a very fast rate because we're not tracking directly away from it. It's kind of off to our right, like right over there. So it's increasing, but it's increasing slowly. But once it gets to 11, then again, like just as we kind of get to the northern tip of this peninsula here, that's where that Alpine Tower is. I guess it's not really a peninsula per se. But yeah, you can see there's a little bit of a shading there that indicates that higher terrain. But yeah, basically just as we cross the 11-mile DME arc of LaGuardia, that's where we'll be at, like right around there. So next time I do this, I'll hopefully remember to do things. Number one, the Alpine Tower. Number two, there's an add-on that really nicely models the Tappan Zee Bridge, which is here. Looking kind of shabby right there in the default scenery. Turn and Burn says it's 85 in my house and 11 p.m. Gotta pass out night all. Yeah, thanks very much for being here. Appreciate you joining. Oh, 11.8, 11.9, so we're past it a little bit. New York area traffic, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor, northbound Hudson River, 1,200 passing Alpine Tower, New York. Okay. Now, when are we safe to increase altitude? Really, after we pass that Alpine Tower, we're out from under this shelf that the Bravo goes up to 1,500. We could now go up to, what? 3,000, well, 2,900. So let's take it up to 25 and cruise on the rest of the way up to our destination. All right, I'm going to go to 2,400 RPMs. Add a little throttle back in. This also ends the 140 knot speed limit. Yeah, so maybe I shouldn't lean it to 14 and climb power. I think that's what the airplane's trying to tell me. Getting a little bit of a jittery response on the left aileron there. I'm going to just shake that out a little bit. That's a hardware issue on my end. That is not the simulated aircraft doing that. Alright, leveled at 25. Leveled at 25, I said. RPM's back to 22. And manifold back to 25. Fuel flow back to 14. I do see we've got that cylinder head temp warning on the number 5 and the number 6. Oops, let's not make sure we don't bust that lower shelf of the Bravo, 2,900 feet. Let's just keep it there. Okay, the number 6 is going back down. When can we go past that 3,000? When can we climb? We can climb past 3,000 once we are out from under the 20-mile ring. And we are now. Okay, good. So 20.8, 20.9. And we can also kind of just visually see that we're coming up on this part of the Hudson that narrows and zigzags, so we know that we're well out from underneath the Bravo by the time we get there. Okay, so we're good. We can keep 3,000 feet now, and we'll just kind of sit on 3,000 the rest of the way up. Alright, let's readjust power, guys. 2,200 on the RPMs. 25 on the manifold. And 14 on the fuel flow. Alright, there we go. That should get us a nice good cruise speed. 170 miles an hour is what we're indicating there, and that should equate to about 150 knots. And Malcolm Foxtrot's back with us. Malcolm, how are you doing, man? Tell you what, let's burn this we've had this 3 gallons in the tip tanks forever. Let's burn some fuel out of the tip tanks. For about 20 minutes. School back in session in 4 days, says Malcolm. Yeah, always a little disheartening to know that another summer's gone by, man, and it only gets worse. It goes by faster and faster every time, it seems. But yeah, make the most of school as best as you can. You know, you're not happy to be there, but at least get something out of it. What time did we switch? We switched to the tip tanks 11:05. So by about 11:25, we need to be switching back. Now the gauge down here. Okay, so it doesn't give us number of gallons. It's showing about a quarter tank there. So we'll monitor that. SRP Official is with us. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Making our way back up the Hudson River. We're going to have to watch, guys. We're going to make sure we stay over water as we pass by this restricted airspace over the West Point Military Academy. We're going to stay over the East Bank to make sure that we avoid the Stewart-class Delta airspace. Well, and yeah, and we're going to be right at 3,000, so we'll need to make sure we stay laterally out of that. The Poughkeepsie class Delta goes up to 2,700 feet, so as long as we stay at 2,800 or higher, we'll be okay there. And so we'll just continue on up the river at 3,000 then, I think. Where'd the time go, says Richard. My kid starts his senior year on Wednesday. Wow. Yeah, mine are out. Mine are grown and flown already, Richard. It's crazy. And one that turned 26 yesterday, and my youngest is coming up on 22. Richard says, I started late. Yeah, I did the opposite. Yeah, it's scary to think that my oldest is 3 years older now than I was when I became a father. A true gift to my sobriety, says Richard. Yeah, that'll happen. Yeah, man. Yeah, I look at it this way. I started young, and wow, my life probably would have been a lot different now had I not done that. I am now at the point where I've got plenty of time left to enjoy myself, so. Yeah, no Red Cup for me, says Richard. Yeah, no, we see plenty of appearances of the Red Cup here on stream. Just a straight up sugar-free Red Bull tonight. Gotta keep an eye on those fuel levels. 10 after, what did I say, 20 after, guys? 25 after, maybe? So I figured we're burning 14 gallons an hour. The tip tanks had 3 gallons each, so that's 6 gallons. So 6/14 of an hour is how long it's going to take to burn through that fuel. Alright, so 60 minutes divided by 14 times 6, 25 minutes. So since we made that switch at 5 after, we should be good until about 11:30. Probably been landing by then, so worst case scenario, I'll put the fuel tanks back to the mains when we get established on our pattern at our destination. And for those of you asking or wondering, destination tonight is 20 November. Just going right up the Hudson River. A little bit of a river run, 2 streams in a row. We're going to go back to our river run series in the 152 down the Mississippi River on Wednesday. Let's get an eyeball here. How far north of Kingston VOR will we be when we're abeam that airport? We will be 20 miles north of Kingston. So let's go ahead and tune Kingston 117.6. That way we have a good kind of progress indicator in our cockpit to let us know when we should be kind of looking out for that. So what was the frequency I just said? 117.6, okay. We just lost the DME on whatever we were tracking. I think it was LaGuardia still. 14.8 and counting down. So we'll count down while we pass that VOR. And again, we should be right coming up on the point where we're abeam Stewart Airport. There's probably Stewart right there. So this bridge is kind of our indicator. So in order to make sure we are not in that delta, we want to be over this eastern shore. This bridge, and there's Stewart to our west. Could do a radio call if we wanted to be nice. I don't think there's anybody near me. Well, there is somebody near me, but I don't think they're supposed to be. Yeah, so just in case he tries to get cute, that's who he is. See him, but whatever. David Moon is with us. Pancandino. Pancandino, hola. Alright, we got another airport ahead of us to our right. Is that Poughkeepsie? Yeah, that probably is Poughkeepsie, so this is where we want to make sure we're at 2,800 or higher. If we're at 3,000 as we pass by, we should be fine. Can't see the planes anyway in Flights in 2020, says Richard, so it drives me nuts. Yeah, no, I got you. Plus, there's a little bit of a... Ooh, I said we needed to be at 2,700 feet or higher, and we're kind of drifting down. We are above this delta shelf right now, but I got to make sure that we stay that way, huh? Yeah, and there's a couple little tricks, Richard, I can use to make sure people who attempt to harass us cannot. And it looks like you got the message breaking off anyway, so goodbye. Yeah, so there's our Poughkeepsie Airport, and so what's the DME here? 6.8. Are we passing? No, we're still coming up on that Kingston VOR. So as we get a few more miles north, we'll be abeam the town of Poughkeepsie. We'll be passing the Kingston VOR off to our right, and then as this starts counting up to 20 miles, that's when we'll be here at Kingston, Ulster. Field elevation there, 147, so 150 round figures. We'll say 1,200 for our pattern altitude. Let's do a right click, open a new tab. We have a 3,100 foot paved runway on a 15 and 33 orientation. Let's see if we can get some sort of a indication of weather. I guess Poughkeepsie is the closest. Is that the closest weather observation station? KPOU. All right, we'll check in on that. Oh, TR41 says that close plane was me. Okay, yeah, no worries. I just, I don't know. We don't attract too many trolls on this stream, fortunately. But just in case somebody was tailing along that was going to try and like buzz past the nose, or make some off-color comments on Unicom. I always kind of just play it safe and. Like I said, we don't get too many trolls here, but I know how to handle the ones that we do, so I tend to stay ahead of that and deter them. But all good, sir. Thank you for letting me know. Anyway, so 15 and 33, and what was we were about to? Yeah, see this little trick you can do. METAR KPOU. Wind is calm there, so we kind of do whatever pattern entry we want. And 10 statute miles clear, 2995. We'll go ahead and set the altimeter. Yeah, says are we going back to Sky Acres? No, we are going to 20 November, Kingston, Ulster, 20 November. So I think at this point, guys, if I remember correctly, if we are north of Poughkeepsie, yeah, there's no other airspace along the way we need to worry about. So we can start descending to 1200. What I'm going to do, since the wind is calm, let us do this. Let's just come up the river and we'll join a left downwind to 15. And we'll land at it that way. If we do a right click, there are some RNAV approaches. Obviously, that's not going to help us in this aircraft, but it does tell us where the parking area is. So 15 and then a right-hand turn off. Or if we land long, 15, back taxi, left-hand turn off, either way. And we can go ahead and start our VFR descent. We're going to do this with throttle, manifold pressure down to about 20. So the RPM's down to about 20 also. Yeah, a little bit of a haze coming in. What was the, so the reported visibility was 10 statute miles. And like I said, so now that we're north of Poughkeepsie, we can go ahead and bring it down, and we'll do about 1200, and we shouldn't have any of the airport's going to be immediately off the river. We shouldn't have any trouble spotting it. Going to keep the manifold pressure down to 20, RPMs down to 20. I remember in other aircraft they've recommended that you keep the manifold number and the RPM numbers approximately equal, and what that does is it prevents the downward descent from pushing on the propeller too much and damaging your crankshaft that way. Because obviously the plane's the prop's going to want to turn faster because the descent is making you accelerate. And that pressure on the crankshaft of the engine can damage the pistons. Think of it as if it's in you're like a big truck going down a hill, and you're in too high a gear, too low a gear rather. You know, the RPMs on your truck are going to surge upward because of the gravity pulling you down the hill. Well, the RPMs can get dangerously high, and that's putting pressure on the engine. Now, to some extent, they'll tell you in a truck to use the engine to brake the truck because that saves on the wear and tear on the actual pads. But you got to watch the RPMs in that case. You don't want the RPMs to run way high. So it's a balancing act there. But same thing in a plane. The descent is going to cause, you know, wind pushing on that prop to turn it faster, and that pressure of that pushing on the prop to go faster is going to cascade through the crankshaft into the engine. So you do want to. And the rule of thumb that I've heard is just always kind of keep the manifold pressure and the RPM number approximately equal. So we'll level it out at about 1200. Manifold pressure coming back up. We'll put a little, go back to the 2200 RPMs. 25 on the manifold. And we should be up. There's our airport. Alright guys, time to put some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate upon touchdown. No bot command necessary. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We know that you need a descent rate either way. Start getting manifold pressure out. Start increasing the prop RPMs. So yeah, just a number into the chat representing your guess as to the vertical descent rate upon touchdown. No bot command necessary. Just a number, positive or negative. I'm going to set the arrow and the heading bug to 15. Kingston Ulcer traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left downwind midfield, runway 15, Kingston Ulcer. Oh, thank you, Richard. That would have been fun. Alright, let's get some speed off. Yeah, I know. Down to about 120. Start getting gear and flaps. 125. That little lake over there. Kingston Ulcer traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's on the left base now for runway 15, Kingston Ulcer. Guys, keep the mooses here. Keep the predictions coming in. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. No bot command necessary, minus sign optional. Know that you mean a descent rate either way. Gears down in green. We got one more notch of flaps to go. Kingston Ulster traffic, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor's left base to final, now runway 15, Kingston Ulster. Alright, flaps are in. Like we're a little high, a little fast. Get both of those conditions corrected, no problem. Got time to sort it out. Aim for 90 down final and about 80 over the numbers. Still kind of power off glide here, but we'll throw a little bit of throttle back in as we down to that final approach speed. Still showing a little high. I just want to make sure we stay a little high because I want to clear these trees. I don't fully trust the Pappies in Flight Sim 2020. Been some evidence to show that they're not exactly accurate. Okay, I got it trimmed out nicely for a nice gentle descent at 80 knots here. I think I'm happy with that. Left rudder. Yeah, I was trying to manage that crosswind correction and kind of got it sorted out late. It's all right though. Not terrible. Actually, again, second time tonight. Poughkeepsie landing that registered nicely on the numbers. It sounded a little harsh. Alright, we're clear. Kingston Ulster traffic, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victor clear, runway 15. Kingston Ulster. Alright, so RPM back to 1,000. Lean it out just till it drops. Whoops, that's wrong. That's prop lever. Lean it till it drops. Flaps can be stowed. Oh, I never did get the fuel pump on for landing. But we can go ahead and shut that off now. Pizza heat off now. Strobes off. Landing lights off. I think I got everything. So I've been trying to do the fuel pump on landing clearance. Like if I get... I'm at a towered field and I get the landing clearance from the tower, then that'll be my signal to turn the fuel pump on. I don't think the Pappy light is really in the middle of the taxiway, but we'll try and go around it. Oh, we're too high. I also don't think so. It didn't look like from the chart that I was pulling. It didn't look like that parallel taxiway really ran all the way down there. But we had it in the sim, so we used it. All right. Not really sure where I'm going, but I sure know where I've been. Alright, 1,000 RPMs. Parking brake is on. Alright, let's run through the shutdown checklist, and then we will go over my predictions for the flight time and fuel estimates, and then we'll look at the predictions for the descent rate upon touchdown. Guys, we got to see how all that shook out. Flaps, strobe light, landing light, P2E, fuel pump, throttle, and mix, parking brake. Let's go ahead and shut off the COM 1, COM 2, or yeah, COM 1, Nav 1. Whoops. COM 2, Nav 2, transponder, and ADF radio. The avionics switch there. Let us do a quick blip of the magneto to make sure that the lead wire that kills the magneto power is indeed functioning. Okay, it is. And with that test now done, we can go ahead and run throttles down to nothing. Mix out. Alright, and prop lever can come out. Go ahead and turn the mags off the rest of the way. Nav beacon battery. And fuel levers. Fuel valves, rather. Alright, we can pop the door and get on out. Let's do a real quick... Set the control lock up here, and let's do a real quick walk around to just put all of our static elements back on. No need to do a full inspection again, but we'll do 3 tie downs. 1, wheel chocks 1, wheel chocks 2, tie downs 2. We'll get that 3rd tie down, and then we'll get all the luggage out of the back, and then we'll call it a day. Alright, toolkit and duffel bag. Close that up. Let us real quick check the fuel remaining. I didn't do a formal calculation on that, but we should have, let's see, we started this stream coming back with, what, 23 total? About 22 total. And we did a flight of, what, an hour and a half coming back? So, or an hour and 15 coming back. I thought it would be an hour and 15. Didn't we leave at the bottom? Oh, so it was about an hour even. I think we left at 10:30 and got here at 11:30. So, so if we started with 22 in the centers, 23, 24, 25, we had 25 gallons on each side. So we had 50 total gallons when we started this flight. It was an hour. We were burning 14 gallons an hour, so that should leave us with the 36, and that should be mostly in the centers. The tip tanks, we almost bled dry there, so we should have 18 gallons in each center tank, and I feel like we've got less than that. Oh, 16 at each side. Okay, that's not too far off. So, okay, well, anyway, we'll do a more formal calculation on that. Like I said, I'm kind of just really eyeballing the numbers here. We'll do a more formal calculation on that when we fly this for you. Next time we'll do a bit of a more rigorous calculation as to our flight time and fuel estimates. And since I didn't really know where I was going to go for the second leg, we didn't do that tonight. So normally we'll do a little bit better job of that. But I think those numbers are pretty well dialed in as far as the flight time and fuel estimates for this plane. Let us go ahead and we get out, and we can, after we're outside, of course, we can go ahead and close up the plane, and we'll get a nice view going from the outside, and then we'll look at the prediction numbers. Wow, I parked up nice and close to that building too, didn't I? We didn't strike it. Look at that, plenty of room. Okay, we're good. View of the sunset. Guess we're a little too late in the game to get a view of the sunset, but alright, let's do this then. Get a view of the runway at least. There we go. That's whoops. That's picturesque. All right, we'll end on that. All right, very good, guys. Well, let's go ahead and get your descent rate predictions checked out and figure out who's getting the next entry into our landing rate raffle. Those of you who are new to the stream, by the way, we run 2 monthly raffles on this channel. We draw them toward the end of each month. The next drawing date is going to be Wednesday, August the 30th. And the next entrant into our landing rate raffle is going to be whoever had closest to 61. So let's see who that was. 2 bounces on this one. We didn't bounce at all into Bayport. We set that one down rather nicely. Kenny said we had the mandatory 1 bounce, so it averaged out to 1 bounce per landing. That works out fine for us. 61 again is the winning number. Who had it? $89, $99, $83, $78, $43, $85. Okay, well that's nobody in that 60s range. 78? The 61 to 78 was what, 17 away? What about the low end? 17, 61 minus 17 will be 41, 42, 43, 44. Is that right? The winning range is 44 to 78. And Iowa Scotsman got edged out just by 1, I think. And let me make sure I'm doing that math right. 61 minus 43 is 18 away. 78 minus 61 is 17 away. Yeah, Smitty Papa. Do I have that right, guys? Is there anybody else that's in that range? 44 to 78? 89, 99, 83, 78 Smitty Papa. 43 Scotsman, Big Beefcake 85. Smitty Papa. Do 0 November on 8/13. Alright, that'll work. Congrats, Smitty. I know, Iowa Scotsman edged out by 1. I hate those, but I love those. I love that it's that close. Alright, guys. Well, anyway, we were talking about the raffle. So raffle number 1 is the one that you enter with the alphabets points, the Twitch channel points at the bottom of the chat panel. And the little button next to that alphabets serial icon tells you how many you have. And you can cash in 1,000 at a time for 1 entry or 5,000 at a time for 6 entries. Hang on a second, guys. I'm just trying to get those added in. If you see that you've put in a redemption and I haven't gotten to it, don't worry. I typically catch up on those. Whoops. I typically catch up on those right when we shut the stream down. But there you go. Those are now done. Anyone else who wants to put those redemptions in, don't worry about it. I'll catch up with those just after we shut the stream down. But anyway, yeah, so raffle number 1 is the one that you enter with those alphabets points, the Twitch channel points, 1,000 for 1 entry, 5,000 for 6 entries. So you do get that extra buying power. Always recommend that you save up and cash in the 6 for the price of 5, but it's always up to you how you strategize that, especially if you don't think you'll be back here in time or won't be here often enough to save up for the 5,000, or you'll forget, or whatever. You want to just make sure you get 1 entry in. That's fine. However you want to do it is fine, but 1,000 points for 1 entry, 5,000 points gets you 6 for the price of 5. That's how raffle number 1 works. Raffle number 2, you probably just figured out how that works. That's our landing rate raffle. We treat them as 2 separate raffles, and then we draw them both on the same night toward the end of each month. This month's drawing will be on August the 30th. You don't need to be here that night, but it's always more fun if you are. We'll pull 1 name out of the Alphabets Raffle Fishbowl, 1 name out of the Landing Rate Raffle Fishbowl, and then each of the 2 winners gets their choice of any prize off of the Slant Alpha prize vault list. We got some merch items there for you to choose from. The t-shirt, ball cap, mouse pad, coffee mug, or tote bag. If you don't want any of my stuff, you can opt for some of your own here if you want to purchase instead an select as your prize instead an Amazon.com gift card or an Xplane.org store gift card or a SimMarket.com gift card. Those are perfectly acceptable choices as well. And it might hurt my feelings a little bit if you don't want any of my stuff, but it does save me a trip to the post office, so we'll take it. Either way, it's fine. And then we'll reset all the entries and start collecting a menu for the following month, and the reason we do that is to make sure that you new folks through the stream always have a fair shot at getting a winning entry in. So there you have it. That's the scoop on the 2 raffles, and I hope that you'll stop back and see us on Wednesday, August the 30th, when we are ready to draw the next set. In the meantime, if you're new to the stream, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays is our normal show schedule. 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, the normal show start time. 2300 Zulu there during the summer months. We are obviously off that schedule today, but and we will be off tomorrow. So we're on tonight, off tomorrow. We'll be back to our normal schedule on Wednesday, and that is our river run. So we were doing a river run tonight in the Comanche. We'll resume our series called River Run on Wednesday in the WBSIM JP Logistics Cessna 152. And in this third season of that series, we've been running down the Mississippi River, and we've just passed through the Minneapolis area, and so we'll continue that trek southbound along the Mississippi in that WBSIM JP Logistics 152, hitting just every little public, private, and paved grass and gravel strip, whatever we can find along the way in that series. So join us on Wednesday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu time for that. That'll be our next regularly scheduled stream, and then we're off. We're going to miss Friday, we're going to miss Monday, and I think we're going to miss next Wednesday, too. Yeah, so we're going to miss Friday and Monday for personal obligations, and we're going to miss Wednesday for a work obligation. But the week from yesterday, 6 days from now, we're actually heading up to the actual real-world Bayport Aerodome, the strip that we were just at earlier tonight. The Antique Aircraft Club of Greater New York is holding their annual fly-in on Saturday, and that is where I will be, along with our Virtual USA Club founder, Virtual USA Flying Club founder, JetPilotCinnamon. So he is a member of a flight school, or was the member of a flight school that did some competitions there for that fly-in every year. Matter of fact, won one once. But he'll be headed back there, and I'll be headed up there to attend that fly-in and meet with our friend JPC. Again, this coming Saturday. So Friday I'll be off for a travel day. Monday I'll be off for another personal obligation, and then Wednesday I got a work trip I got to do. So we'll be here for you this coming Wednesday, and then we'll miss a couple streams thereafter. But the full show schedule is always down there underneath the About tab and on our Twitch profile page. You can also find it over on our Discord server. Link for that Discord is on the lower right-hand side of your screen, and it's also a great way to engage with the channel if you were trying to talk to us during the stream and I had maybe too much going on to see all the messages flash past. I know that I'm not always 100% interactive with the chat, and I do my best, but if you had questions about anything that you saw or heard tonight, or if you were just trying to say hi, that's fine too. You can jump in on that Discord and interact with us that way. That's often a more reliable way to get a hold of me there. If you want to stay up to speed with any latest changes to the show schedule or any other stream news, we also try and keep you up to speed with Flight Sim community news, such as the A2A Comanche updates, Flight Sim Expo stuff as well, or anything that's breaking news on the VATSIM community, such as the across-the-pond dates and airport selections and all that stuff. Give us a follow over on Twitter. Yes, I know it's not called Twitter anymore. I'm still going to call it Twitter, but that's where we are. Twitter.com/SlantAlpha. If you want to be up to speed with the stream news, sim news, and VATSIM community news. Over on our YouTube channel, linked on the lower left-hand side, is the YouTube channel, and we've got a playlist on there called VATSIM Tutorials. We have all of our old flight broadcasts over there, almost all. I'm still kind of catching up with that. But almost all of our old flight broadcasts are archived over there, and soon to be all again. But we've also got playlist called VATSIM Tutorials, where you can check that out and hopefully get some guidance on what to say to controllers, or how to choose a call sign, equipment suffix, how to read flight plans, how to read, how to create a flight route for a flight plan, how to read VFR sectionals, and some other resources over on that YouTube channel. So give that a peek and ask any questions you have about any of that material right there in the comments, or again over on our Discord server, as I mentioned before. I think that's going to wrap it up, guys. You know what we're doing next. So, yeah, the last thing to do is see who else is up and running tonight that we can shoot you over to in terms of a raid. And it looks like our friend Chill Maze is up and flying. He's flying the Cessna 414, a nice multiplayer group flight. So we'll shoot you over to him. Tell him Slant Alpha sends his love. And JPC saying thanks for joining in tonight. Yes, sir. I see that you sent me a DM as well. So I will check on those winners that you sent me, and we'll get in touch with them. Thank you, by the way, JPC, for putting on a fantastic event. Congrats on 4 years of the Virtual USA Flying Club. Congrats on the record-breaking attendance tonight. It was a wonderful event, as always, and we always love visiting Bayport, and I look forward to meeting up with you at the real Bayport 6 days from now. Talk to you then, and safe travels to you, and hopefully to us as well, and we'll see you on Saturday. All right, guys, let's go talk to our friend Chill Maze and tell him Slant Alpha sends his love, guys. Have a great brief rest of the weekend, 12 minutes of the weekend, or however long it is in your time zone. But do have a fantastic start to your coming week. We will talk to you Wednesday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu time, from Minneapolis, St. Paul region in that Cessna 152. Till then, guys, be healthy and safe in all of your own travels and own adventures between now and then. Good night. Take care. Sorry for smacking you in the face with the mic stand just then. All right, guys. Good night.